Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Ben Franklin for our Agricultural Affairs Committee, November 30th, 2023. I know it's 9:59, but we'll be very efficient. We have a long agenda today. And it's so nice to see so many community members and resident and city staff, of course, here. And we have also lots of people joining us online. So welcome all of you this morning to our beautiful, nice committee, Agricultural Affairs Committee. I would like to begin by acknowledging that this meeting is being held on unceded Anishinaabe Algonquin territory. The peoples of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation have lived on this territory for millennia. Their culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. I ask Kelly to go through roll call, please.
Councillor Brown,
Here.
Councillor Kipps,
Here.
Councillor Lulov,
Suis présent.
here.
Yeah.
Vice Chair Kelly,
Present.
and Chair, you have quorum.
Thank you very much. This is a public meeting to consider the proposed comprehensive official plan and zoning bylaw amendments listed as item 7.2 on today's agenda. For the items just mentioned, only those who make oral submissions today or written submissions before the amendments are adopted may appeal the matter to the Ontario Land Tribunal. In addition, the applicant may appeal the matter to the Ontario Land Tribunal if council does not adopt an amendment within 90 days of the receipt of the application for a zoning bylaw amendment and 120 days for an official plan amendment. To submit written comments on these amendments prior to their consideration by City Council on December 6, 2023, please email or call committee or council coordinator. This morning we have lots of items on the agenda. We'd like to do clearing of the agenda so we can give time back to the city staff that they don't have to be here present for the whole presentation. And with the willing of the committee, I think that's okay with all of you. Number two, any declaration of interest? Councillor Brown.
Can we read it out now or at the item? No. Now?
Yeah. Go ahead.
All right.
That's right. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I, Councillor David Brown, declare a potential indirect pecuniary interest on the following application to be considered as part of the Rural Community Building Grant Program Q4 applications review, as my mother is the 4-H leader of the Richmond Club located within Carleton County, and some of her 4-Hers participate in this program. Document 1, a Carleton 4-H Association Development of Confidence, Leadership, and Life Skills in Youth.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. 3.1, confirmation of minutes of ARAC minutes, Wednesday, November 1st, 2023. Is that carried? Thank you. Number 4.1, we have a processing application through legal services. We're gonna hold it because there are a few questions to staff. Then 5.1, water rate structure review update, and we have a presentation from staff and there is questions, so we'll hold that one. 6.1, 2024 draft operating and capital budget, Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee. We have a staff here. We have Mr. Adam Brown, Sir Rogers, Sue Jones, and Don Horwire if there is a question, but we do also have a roadmap. I spoke to the committee member and there is no presentation required. It's straightforward. It's our regular budget, that operation budget. So I'm gonna ask Councillor Brown to go ahead and go through the roadmap, please. Actually, sorry.
Thanks, Chair. That the Agricultural and Rural Affairs Committee recommend that Council, sitting as Committee of the Whole, approve the Agricultural and Rural Affairs Committee 2024 draft operating and capital budget as follows. Number 1, development review process, rural operating resource requirement. Number 2, rural affairs office as follows. 1, user fees. 2, operating resource requirement. And number 3, the Agricultural and Rural Affairs Committee capital program, page 6. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kelly. Before we vote on that one, we also have a motion from Councillor Brown. Sure. You present your motion, then we vote on it, then we go to the second.
Thank you, Chair. Whereas the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee will approve the 2024 draft Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee portion of the capital operating budget for council's consideration. Therefore, be it resolved that staff in the Natural Systems and Rural Affairs Office prepare a fulsome 2024 work plan briefing for the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee. And be it further resolved that this briefing be presented at the next regularly scheduled meeting of the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Any questions? We're good. So we'll vote on Councillor Brown motion. Is that carried?
Carried.
And now we'll vote on the report by Councillor Kelly. Is that carried?
Carried.
Thank you very much. 7.1. We can also clear that one. It is straightforward, the rural community building grant for quarter for applications review. So we have our staff, Rosa. I think she's here. If we have any question, thank you, Rosa. Thanks for coming out. And I'm gonna ask Councillor Brown. I'll go to the back. So there is a. Oh, I have it.
Yeah. All right, thank you, Chair. Motion here on behalf of the Chair. Whereas the City of Ottawa administers the Rural Community Building Grants funding envelope through the Rural Affairs Office with a stated intention to support rural-based community project undertakings by community associations, agricultural groups, or other non-for-profit organizations. And whereas the initial report, ACS 2011 ICS PGM 0182, includes criteria listed in document 1 under section 4, which states in part that review meetings are anticipated to be held quarterly to make funding decisions. And whereas the Rural Community Building Grants has aided in the successful implementation of a multitude of enhancements to communities in rural Ottawa, and it would be beneficial to consider applications more expeditiously as opposed to quarterly reviews. Therefore, be it resolved that the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee recommend Council, number 1, direct the Rural Affairs Office to bring forward applications for the Rural Community Building Grants Program to an Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee no later than 30 days after they are received, or at the next regularly scheduled meeting of the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee if it does not fall within the 30-day threshold. And number 2, approve an amendment to the Rural Community Building Grants Policy to replace the text under section 4 to read as follows. Review meetings are anticipated to be held within 30 days of receipt of the application or at the next regularly scheduled meeting of the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee, if applicable, to make funding decisions.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. And this is just straightforward. I know it's looked like a very long motion, but we have to put all the procedure. We heard it from our community, from our resident, that approving rural grant quarterly, it's not really working very well with them. They're all volunteer and the time is very collapsing by the time they're achieving the project and another project they have on the go. So we work with staff, and I really thank Dr. Stowe and staff for working with us on this, to making it easier and easier for our community to be able to apply for those rural grants. So we can vote on the motion. You're allowed to vote on the motion. So can we carry that?
Carried.
Okay. And now you can leave.
Now, just wait a second.
So document 1, the document 1A, Carton 4-H Association Development of Confidence, Leadership and Life Skills in Youth. Is that carried? Now you can come back. Yes, you can come back. You didn't have to go that far. And now the report recommendation that the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee approve the recommendation on the Rural Community Building Grants Program application as detailed in document 1. Is that carried? Thank you. Thank you very much. So 7.2 zoning bylaw amendment, and this is straightforward for 43, 48, and 4560 Dunning Road. There is no presentation, no delegation, no correspondence. We have a staff. Luke is here from planning if we have any questions. Report recommendation that the Agricultural Affairs Committee recommend Council approve an amendment to zoning bylaw 2008-50 for 43, 48, and 4560 Dunning Road as shown in document 1 to prohibit residential development on retained land and to permit a reduced lot width on the reserve land as detailed in document 2. That the Agricultural Affairs Committee approve the consultation detail section as this report, of this report. Is that carried?
Carried.
Thank you. Thank you, Luke. Now you can go back to work. 7.3, we have a site alteration bylaw, so we're gonna hold that one. And 7.4, we're independent electricity system operator, IESO. We're gonna hold that one too. We have delegation and we have presentation. And thank you. And we'll go back to, we're good. We're gonna go back to actually 4.1 and we're gonna have the processing application through legal services. I think Councillor Brown you received letter and you have some questions, so go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I wish to express my appreciation to staff for the comprehensive response that we did receive. I'm not sure who I'm addressing my questions to today. Oh, Tim, there you are. Hello. Tim, for the benefit of everyone in the room today, can you explain some of the, I guess, some of the delays that we've experienced through legal services and then how staff are addressing those?
Mr. Chair, I'm going to focus on the Committee of Adjustment matters because that's where there is definitely a problem. And if there are other issues that you wish to discuss, I'd be pleased to answer them. We had, and I don't want to get into names, of course, but we had 2 long-term employees with collectively more than 55 years of experience. One retired in 2023 and one moved on in 2023. And so we were left with hiring persons who were absolutely new to the position without even someone to mentor them. And this did cause difficulty for legal services. We have a backlog of 120 applications. Now, they're gathered over a 2-year period, but that's a significant backlog. And clearly something had to be done in order to address that. Legal services on each term of council goes out and retains under the authority of the city solicitor firms to provide assistance to us either in workload or in specialized knowledge, and firms are identified in each of the practice areas. And in the planning and real estate practice area, the firm that is currently, and we call it the strategic standing offer, but the firm on retainer to the city is Borden Ladner Gervais. And so I reached out to the representative of BLG in June of 2023 in order to see if they could assist us in making extra resources available. And we had discussions over a 3-month period, and that culminated in October 2023, where we have established a practice by which if someone chooses, they can retain, the city will retain as its lawyer, BLG, and BLG will provide, their undertaking to the city is to provide the necessary agreements within 30 days of having received all the material from the applicant. And so that option was made available around the first week of October, as I recall, and 14 applicants out of the 120 have taken advantage of that to date, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much for that. And a question, I guess, for clarification, when applicants submit all of their documentation through the Committee of Adjustment and they pay their fees, do those fees cover any of the services that are traditionally provided by legal services within the city?
So the fee that is paid to collected for BLG goes, it's a $3,000 fee. That's a matter of public record. And it goes straight to BLG. There's no money that is received by the city of Ottawa.
But when an applicant files with the Committee of Adjustment originally to start an application process, do those fees typically cover the cost of legal services in-house?
No, Mr. Chair. Those, if the work is to be done by in-house legal services, that fee is collected at the time the agreements are produced.
Okay, thank you. I guess one of the concerns that I've heard from some applicants is that a fee at the end of the line to help expedite their application is concerning. Many are under the impression that when they pay their fees to the city to go through the Committee of Adjustment, that part of those costs are assumed to be for legal services provided through the city, but that's not the case.
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all I have, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Mark, I know that we've been getting a lot of emails and a lot of concern from our residents, specifically were the people that they put an application concerning lot severances, and right now they're delayed and they cannot move forward, and they have so many. They've been waiting for 6, 7, and 8 months on their legal to finalize their legal paperwork. So now you're telling me they have an option to pay $3,000 and move forward, or are we going to be able to clear those logs? Because some people, they cannot afford to pay that $3,000. So can you give me at least time frame when we're trying to be able to clear all these conditions?
The way the applications have been assigned over the past while is on the basis of lapsing date, i.e. the one, because as members of the committee will know, an application to the Committee of Adjustment has a 2-year period to be resolved. Otherwise, it lapses. In my response to the inquiry, I noted 22 months because if you deliver all your material on day 1 year, 364 days, there's no chance we're going to be able to process the material. So realistically, you have to have all your material into the city by no later than 22 months after the date of the decision. And so to ensure, because of the guillotine nature of the lapsing date, we assign them internally on the basis of which lapsing date is the closest to ensure that that doesn't occur. Sending it to BLG provides an option for persons to move forward earlier than that. I also note, I think it's in response to question 10 in the inquiry, that there was a motion at Planning Committee, the Joint Planning and ARAC Committee on Bill 109 in May of 2023, that the budget include the necessary, an addition of staff and an increase in fees to take care of that staff. And so that is within the budget. So there's an additional 5 law clerks and an additional lawyer who would be reviewing the agreements produced by the law clerks for us to be able to process the agreements. And so I am hopeful that by the end of 2024, because it's going to take time to recruit the staff and to train them, but I'm hopeful by the end of 2024, the matters will be able to be handled internally. However, I also note to committee that there is a significant fee increase that comes with the retaining of those additional law clerks, such that the fee for agreements for the Committee of Adjustment after these additional law clerks are handled is actually going to be more than $3,000, even if it's handled internally. So together with hiring the additional staff in order to finance it, there is a significant fee increase, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much for the clarification. I really appreciate it. And I know it's been just a lots of pressure from the resident and from the applicant on us, because we haven't seen, it's very significant delay, but we appreciate the explanation. Thank you very much. You good? Okay. Thank you. Next one, I missed 9.1, I think also, so we free up some staff time. This is just an acknowledgement for the Urban Design Review Panel Term of Reference update. So, thank you. Thank you. Okay, so now we're gonna go back to, do we have any motion on this or something, or we're good? Okay. So we have a water structure review update, and this was referred from Environment and Climate Change Committee on November 21st. It was sent back to Agricultural Affairs Committee. So we have a presentation. I think we have a staff here to do the presentation. Good morning.
Chair, as we're getting ready to get the presentation, I just have a couple opening remarks. So yes, this was at Environment Committee last week. We had good discussions with Councillor Brown. And it is important for us to bring this to ARAC. Traditionally, this would not come to ARAC, but given the nature of this review that we're undertaking, it's important that we're committed to come back to ARAC. So just a prelude, there's no decisions being made. There's no decisions that were made at Environment Committee. This is a commitment from staff to come back and review the structure that we implemented a few years ago. And we're at that time now where it's important to kind of do that review. So we're going to be doing an extensive consultation process, engaging with the residents throughout the city, specifically the rural area. And that's why we're here. So again, no decisions today, nor have there been any illusion or preconceived decisions made at this point. This is a kickoff of a review that we committed to, and we're committed to come back to this committee throughout the journey and the process. So this is step one. So again, step one of a long journey that we're undertaking, and we'll be back again with more updates. So Joseph and Diana go through a little bit more deep dive in terms of the plan, and then we'll take questions at the end. So over to you guys.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much. And I know Councillor, I don't sit on the Environment Committee, but Councillor Brown was at the Environment Committee on November 21st, and he decided it's important that a member of the Agricultural Affairs Committee also be part of it. And I think that's very important for us. So thank you, Diane and Joseph and Roger, for being here with us this morning. So you can go ahead with the presentation.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. Je remercie le président et les membres du comité.
I'd like to thank the chair and the committee member. I'm here with Diane Lawson. She will do part of the presentation on the water rate structure review framework and update.
A brief presentation on the water rate structure review and a quick update. Okay, let's move on to the next slide, please. So in October 2016, Council approved a new water rate structure, water, wastewater, and stormwater services. The new rate structure combined fixed and variable charges, making a shift from the legacy rate structure that relied entirely on variable charges. Stormwater was decoupled from the sewer surcharge fee and charged as a separate fixed charge for stormwater services, with a 4-year phase-in for properties not connected to the city's wastewater infrastructure. The 2016 rate structure determined that all properties should pay for stormwater because they all benefit from the service. However, it did exempt certain properties, such as farms, forests, and vacant land, until more appropriate metrics were available in the future. Council directed staff to investigate using impervious surfaces as the basis for stormwater billing, and staff committed to review the rate structure periodically. Although the idea of using impervious surfaces as the basis for stormwater billing was discussed in 2016, the lack of readily available impervious data led to the use of property assessment as a measure for allocating stormwater charges for non-residential properties. With advancements in technology, city staff can now revisit such issues as to how to account for hard surfaces, encourage water conservation while retaining financial stability, and explore improvements to the current rate structure. Next slide, please. So we'll talk a little bit about municipal drains and stormwater. Municipal drain is a system to move excess water from private lands. Most municipal drains are located on private rural agricultural lands and are either ditches or closed systems such as pipes and tiles buried under the ground. There are 700 municipal drains in Ottawa's rural areas, or 1,200 kilometers of municipal drain. Municipal drains are created pursuant to a bylaw passed by the local municipality. The city is responsible for the construction of the drainage of the system and future maintenance and repair. Maintenance costs are recovered from the property owners benefiting from each drain. Maintenance occurs as needed. However, scheduled maintenance is set to occur every 10 to 15 years. Municipal drains are not included in the stormwater rate. While municipal drains are part of Ottawa's drainage system, they are not the only form of stormwater management in the rural area. Ottawa's rural communities benefit from stormwater infrastructure, including 151 kilometers of stormwater pipe drains, 4,798 kilometers of ditches, 4,109 catch basins, and over 5,300 small and medium culverts. Ditches and culverts in Ottawa's rural areas divert runoff and prevent roads and buildings from flooding. More stormwater infrastructure continues to be added or renewed to keep up with the pace of development and keep the infrastructure in good state. In addition to annual maintenance costs, there are substantial capital costs involved in the stormwater program. Next slide, please. The city operates and maintains more than 6,000 culverts, with over 5,300 of them in the rural areas. The city has a significant inventory of drainage culverts ranging from small diameter roadway culverts, which are typically non-urbanized ditch drainage under roadways and intersections, to larger span drainage structures. The image on the screen here shows the distribution of these culverts across the city. Next slide, please. This slide shows some examples of recent culvert work and replacements, as well as work to be completed in the proposed 24 budget. A portion of the proposed capital stormwater budget provides for condition assessments, preventative maintenance, rehabilitation, reconstruction work to be undertaken on the city's existing drainage culverts. Many culvert assets have reached or will reach the end of life, and an increased number of reactive replacements are anticipated. A total investment of 11 million in stormwater funding is included in the 2024 budgets for culvert replacements in the rural wards. An estimated 15% of the stormwater budget will go towards rural stormwater programs and projects. However, it is estimated that only 5% is recovered from these rural properties. Next slide, please. I'll now pass this over to Diane.
The review of the rate structure seeks to align with principles of fairness, equity, and environmental responsibility by transitioning to impervious surfaces as a foundation for stormwater charges, thus ensuring equitable billing for all properties. The review will focus on ensuring the following 6 principles are met: fairness and equity, ensuring that services are paid for in accordance with the benefit received, and improving equity in stormwater billing distribution. Affordability, ensuring that the level of consumption required to meet basic needs is affordable. Transparency, following industry best practices and making it easy for the public to understand and the city to maintain. Financial sustainability, recovering the full cost of operating the systems and keeping the infrastructure in good repair, and ensuring the appropriate fixed cost amount is captured to guarantee the requirement is collected. Support economic development, keeping Ottawa's rates comparable with similar Ontario municipalities. Promotion of conservation, providing a financial incentive to reduce the amount of impervious space and reduce consumption, as well as encourage water conservation and help manage the demands on the water system. Next slide, please. Staff have completed a preliminary evaluation of the current rate structure based on public feedback, research on industry best practices, emerging trends, financial stability, and equity. Following this evaluation, staff recommend the following framework govern the stormwater rate review. Recognizing the necessity for an equitable stormwater rate structure, develop a rate structure that considers property differences and prioritizes impervious area and fee calculations. Impervious area has the most significant influence on the amount, quality, and rate of stormwater runoff. Develop a rate model that ensures contributions from all properties in the city, because stormwater management is a shared infrastructure which benefits the entire community. Develop a rate model that recognizes that properties and services in rural and urban areas are different and unique. Where possible, seek to better harmonize revenue collection with funding requirements. Explore the feasibility and effectiveness of stormwater credits for residential and commercial properties. And lastly, a rate model should allow property owners some control over their charges. This provides a financial incentive to reduce stormwater fee contributions by reducing or limiting impervious footprints and the impact on stormwater runoff. Next slide, please. Impervious space refers to the total paved or other hard surface area of a property, like building and structure rooftops, which are considered highly resistant to water infiltration. Most stormwater utilities use imperviousness as a factor to help determine the amount a property should pay for stormwater. This chart represents the impervious and pervious area distribution within the urban and rural areas of the city, as well as the distribution between common and parceled areas. The city of Ottawa spans 2,894 square kilometers and has a total impervious hard surface area of 227 square kilometers, which is constantly changing. Based on the recent official plan update, the city of Ottawa is 21% urban and the remaining 79% is rural. Impervious space in the rural area accounts for 3.1% of the total area, while in the urban area, it counts for 25.3%. Staff recognize that properties and services in rural areas are different and unique. Recognizing there's significantly less impervious area in the rural area, staff will also consider other approaches to ensure equitable contributions from rural properties. Considerations may be required to distinguish rural villages with higher imperviousness from other rural areas, such as farms with significantly lower impervious space. Next slide, please. I'll now pass it back to Joseph.
Thank you. To ensure a comprehensive review and development of a revised rate structure, city staff will consult with the public through education campaigns, engagement surveys, and stakeholder consultations. Consultations will be designed to gather resident and stakeholder opinions, feedback on attitudes regarding water, wastewater, and stormwater funding approaches in line with the review framework. The survey will be promoted through social media in an inside search to tax and water bills. To engage those who have limited access to the internet, alternative methods will also be available, such as written submissions and hard copy surveys. Demographic data will also be collected where possible for survey responses. In addition to surveys, public structured stakeholder presentations and engagement will be offered to gather feedback and opinions from various stakeholder groups. Staff will have structured in-person consultations within the 5 rural wards to allow residents to provide feedback. Consultations will be designed to engage stakeholders in a discussion about rate structure options and obtain feedback. A summary of the feedback will then be from all residents and stakeholders will then be presented along with the final recommendations. Merci, Monsieur le Président. C'est la fin de notre présentation.
This is the end of our presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joseph and Diane, and we appreciate your being here through the presentation, and I'm going to open it now for question for committee members. You go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for coming and presenting. Drainage has emerged as one of the more important issues in my ward and something that we hear a lot about. And during the campaign, I did hear quite a bit of angst about paying a stormwater management fee in the rural wards, and I know that was quite the debate years and years ago. So when we start talking about rate review, my sense is that means rates are going to go up, possibly depending on the analysis of what it costs to maintain these. So I want to talk about maintenance levels and requirements from the city when it comes to rural ditches. So I heard you touch on municipal drains, and the service levels and maintenance standards for that. And I think you may have touched on ditches briefly, but can you inform us in a little more detail on what the standards are and whose roles and responsibility it is to maintain ditches, even in neighborhoods like the ditch in front of someone's house, whose responsibility it is, how often we're to go out and ensure those ditches are functional?
Through the chair, thank you very much for that question. So our colleagues in Public Works are responsible for maintaining ditches and maintaining culverts as part of road maintenance. In terms of schedules, I don't know if we have anybody here from Public Works that can answer that question. If not, we'll take it away and get back to you.
Not seeing anyone who can answer that. That's fine. I'll follow up on that after. How about a a figure, a dollar figure, what's spent on an annual basis in the rural wards on ditch maintenance?
Through the chair, we'll have to take that and get back to you. What I can tell you is about 15% of our stormwater budget, so funding that is collected from residents, part of the stormwater fee, an estimated 15% goes towards the rural area. And a good chunk of that is mainly capital. As I mentioned, we have $11 million this year that's allocated towards culvert maintenance and renewal. And then a portion of that also is for ongoing operations around the ditch maintenance and culvert maintenance.
And so when a ditch has been, let's say, 20 years without maintenance and it needs to be regraded or looked at in a significant way to ensure water's flowing properly, would that be a capital budget or would that be an operational budget issue to address?
Chair, that would probably be more operational, because if that's just a matter of the team going out with a bulldozer and just kind of scooping it out, it's very operational. But if, like to Joseph's point, if there's a culvert or a little bit more structural, that's where it kind of falls into the capital side of the equation.
And then finally, I'm excited and happy to hear that there'll be consultations in all 5 rural wards. And will you be reaching out to the councillors' offices to speak with them and work with them to, you know, get people to these consultation meetings and assist with that process?
Yeah, through the chair, yes, we will absolutely be reaching out to each of you in the committee as we prepare for these ward consultations. We'd very much, of course, like the councillors to be part of those consultations as we go out to meet with residents.
And Chair, just to add, and we'll make sure that Public Works is with us and infrastructure as well. So that way we have a full team to answer questions.
Thank you very much for that. Yeah, I think that's all I got. I look forward to following up on some of the other questions that weren't able to be answered today, but thank you very much.
Thank you. I just got a follow-up question from Councillor Kelly. So did I hear that 15% of the money collected goes to clearing the ditches, or did I miss that one? I want a clarification if that's possible.
Through the chair. Yeah, so what we said was 15% of the stormwater budget is allocated to rural to the rural area. A big chunk of that is capital related. So again, this year we're investing about $11 million in capital related works in the 5 rural wards.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to clarify it because we didn't add. So because the cleaning the ditches in rural area, it comes from the operation budget. It's got nothing to do with the capital. Am I correct on that one?
Correct. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. And Councillor Brown.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I'd like to thank staff for coming out. I know last week when we had chatted at the Environment Committee, I was very surprised to see the impact that may be borne by some properties in the rural area. And I can appreciate that you've amended your presentation to better reflect some of the concerns what we have here at ARAC. So I'm very, very thankful that you've done that and you've taken the time to come out and talk to us. I remember when this went around in the first go a few years ago. I anticipate there being a high level of engagement the second go around. So I'm also very, very pleased to hear that you're going to be coming back at each stage to talk with us. It's important for us to be able to tell our constituents that they are being heard when these policies are being developed. And by coming here today, I think you've demonstrated that your willingness to listen. I also can say that many of my colleagues on the Environment Committee didn't know what a municipal drain was, how many we had, or how much infrastructure there was, in terms of the 1,000 kilometers or so throughout the rural area. So it was beneficial for them to hear that there is already an asset class out here that's paid for 100% by the benefiting property owners. In many of those cases, it's also the municipality, because we pay into those assets when drains are cleaned out or maintenance is done. So it's a very large topic. I think it's going to be a hot topic for a very wet subject, but very happy that you've come out today and looking forward to working with you going on. I have to make one joke every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. I know no one wants to talk stormwater and no one wants to talk municipal drains. So this is, but the fact is we have to deal with them day in and day out. As a city of Ottawa, it's very challenging. But thank you very much, Cyril and Joseph and Diane for being here. We really appreciate to take the time to come here and present to Agricultural Affairs Committee. Thank you. We're good, Councilor Ryan. Okay, we're moving very good here this morning, and we have 7.3 right now, site alteration bylaw. We have a presentation from staff. We have Amy McPherson. She's a planner, natural system and rural affairs. And of course, next to Dr. So's here also with her. So we'll go through the presentation. We have a technical amendment. Then there's a Councilor Brown motion. We have delegation. So we'll go to the presentation first and we do the technical amendment. Then we can hear the delegation and we go back to vote on the report. Is that good? Thank you very much. Dr. So and Amy, go ahead. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll just remove that to make sure there's no muffling. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. As you know, we're here to speak to you about proposed updates to the site alteration bylaw. Go to the next slide, please. For those who may not be familiar with it, the site alteration bylaw enables the city to regulate activities such as the placing or dumping of fill, the removal of topsoil, the clearing or stripping of vegetation, and altering the grade of land. This bylaw was enacted in May 2018. It replaces several of the former municipalities' topsoil protection bylaws and the amalgamated city's drainage bylaw, which, as we've just heard, drainage is indeed a hot topic in the city. Most parts of the bylaw currently apply citywide, with the exception of the natural area protection provisions, which are limited to the urban area of the city plus approximately 2 kilometers around the urban boundary. The bylaw also does not apply to any lands that are already regulated by one of our 3 conservation authorities. So that would be things like wetlands, significant wetlands certainly throughout the city, and some other wetlands in Mississippi Valley's jurisdiction. Also things like floodplains would not be subject to this bylaw. When the bylaw was approved in May 2018, staff were directed to review its implementation and performance and report back after 2 years of implementation. I will remind everyone that 2 years after May 2018 was right in the pandemic. There were lots of things going on. This was obviously not the most urgent thing that council and staff were being asked to deal with. So the 2-year review and update has been delayed by the pandemic, then by some competing work priorities around the official plan and the municipal election. But here we are 5 years after the bylaw has been approved, which is in line with most normal bylaw review cycles. So next slide, please. Overall, the bylaw has performed as intended. I will say that the implementation has been a bit challenging at times due to the broad range of issues that this bylaw does address and the lack of dedicated resources for its enforcement. Responsibilities are distributed among many different teams at the city based on their expertise and jurisdiction. So, for example, the drainage provisions are implemented by my colleague Brad Smith and his crew, who are, as you know, in the drainage unit. Staff training was provided to affected staff in 2018 once the bylaw was approved, but of course there's been some turnover since then. So we really ought to be doing some refresher training at this point, I think. As we heard earlier, drainage is a key concern in all parts of the city, so it's not surprising perhaps that many of the over 2,500 complaints that we've received from the bylaw since its approval are related to drainage. From May 2018 through the end of July 2023, we have had 2,435 service requests directed to drainage staff. 98% of which have been resolved. Other cases, and I'm sorry, we don't have numbers for these, other cases that are related to planning applications are handled through the Planning Services Department with their normal application review processes by planning staff and development inspectors. So if there are complaints received regarding an ongoing development application or a recently approved application, then those get handled by the planning services staff. And I don't have the numbers on those, I'm afraid. My own team, Natural Systems and Rural Affairs, has had to deal with a few cases, mostly relating to things like agricultural soils protection or the protection of natural environment features. And we have dealt with those as best we can in cooperation with our bylaw and regulatory services colleagues. Most of the charges, or sorry, complaints received have been resolved without need to proceed to actual active enforcement. I understand that a lot of the drainage concerns are addressed by staff working with the property owners involved, informing them of the rules and encouraging compliance. So we actually have had very few fines issued under this bylaw. We have had only one case in the 5 years where we actually did lay charges, and we're intending to proceed to provincial court on that. That one case actually happened in the fall of 2018, so quite early on. But again, the court processes were quite delayed through various legal issues and then also the pandemic again. So we have just in July 2023 received the resolution of that file. The landowners and their primary consultant pleaded guilty to the unauthorized removal of 35 acres of a significant woodland just outside the urban boundary at the corner of Shea and Fluellen near Stittsville. So staff did investigate at the time in 2018 and determined that, it was a significant woodland, that the property appeared to be, posted for sale as a potential development opportunity. And so it appeared that it had been preemptively cleared without prior approval by the general manager as required under the bylaw. So the case did result in a total of $87,525 in fines and surcharges being imposed by the court. However, as I said, most cases are simply resolved through discussions with owners. So if we could go on to the recommended improvement slide, thank you very much. Apart from the need for some refresher training for staff and renewed communications about the bylaw and its implementation, we do need to make some changes to the bylaw itself. Most of these changes are administrative updates. Over the past 5 years, of course, we've had a new official plan, which has made several changes to land use designations that are directly referenced in the bylaw. For example, general rural area is now rural countryside. We don't have a rural natural features designation anymore. So we need to update the language in the bylaw to reflect the correct terms used in the new official plan. We've also recommended other revisions, to reflect changes in staff organization at the city for those who are directly implicated in the administration of the bylaw. And there's some changes made reflecting some provincial regulation changes as well. Other revisions have been identified by staff based on their experience with the bylaw to date. And so I'd like to walk you through those quickly. Go to the next slide, please. We'll start with the drainage provisions. So the definitions and the provisions around drainage are proposed to be revised based on some operational issues that our drainage colleagues have identified. So they have recommended that these changes be made. The provisions will in future focus on surface drainage and approved drainage patterns, which is obviously much simpler to implement in terms of having documented proof on file as to what a property's drainage is supposed to be. There may be some more substantive changes coming out of the infrastructure master plan review. But any of those changes, which would likely relate to small scale development and stormwater management in those cases, those changes will be recommended, as I say, through the infrastructure master plan review and would be done through a separate process next year, likely. And any changes that are recommended as a result of that would come through probably Planning and Housing Committee for consideration, because I expect they'll mostly be related to urban development matters. So we're not proposing to change those as part of the current report. Next slide, please. The natural environment protections, as I mentioned previously, currently apply to the urban area plus approximately 2 kilometers around the urban boundary. And we have, in the 5 years since the bylaw was implemented, received several complaints, including some very recent ones, about woodlands and other features being cleared outside of that 2 kilometer limit. Some of those complaints involved activities that would have been exempt under the current bylaw and its exemption rules. Others involved site alteration on known development lands in advance of planning approvals being received or a Planning Act application being received. So those are the types of cases that the environmental protections were primarily intended to address, so that, you know, natural features on a property that is being proposed for development could be appropriately reviewed and dealt with through the planning processes under the policies of our official plan. The bylaws provisions were originally intended to apply citywide and were drafted to accommodate normal activities in both urban and rural contexts. And so while we acknowledge that lands closer to the urban boundary may be more vulnerable to preemptive clearing, the complaints received show that it is still an issue of concern to residents in other rural areas beyond the 2 kilometers. So our recommendation is, especially given the fact that we have in our new official plan policies for the city to strive for no net loss of rural woodlands and wetlands, that the natural area protections should be extended to cover the entire rural area, along with the exemptions as currently written for the most part, so that normal daily rural activities such as property maintenance, replacing your septic bed, for example, managing your woodlot, and of course farming would be able to proceed unhindered. If we could go to the next slide, please. There is one modification we would like to propose to the natural environment protections and in terms of the agricultural exemption that currently exists. And that is that within the 2 kilometers of the urban boundary, we would propose that the removal of natural heritage features from lands that are designated rural countryside, if it's being proposed for agricultural purposes, it would no longer be automatically exempt. We would like to request that the landowners contact staff and demonstrate to us that they are, in fact, an agricultural operation, a farmer, or that they are working with a farmer to return those lands to production. And once staff have confirmed that that is the case, then they meet the conditions for the exemption and they would be allowed to proceed. So this would be a simple review process. It would also enable staff to ensure that advance notice is provided to the ward councillor and other community stakeholders. And we would not charge any sort of application fee or require technical studies as part of that review. The removal of natural features from agricultural resource area lands would continue to be exempt throughout the city because those lands are primarily intended for farming and they're rarely considered when the city is looking at urban boundary expansions. So we don't feel that there's a need to double check, if you would, the agricultural exemption on those. Okay, I'd like to go to the next slide, please, just to show you what we would propose for the new Schedule B. Currently, Schedule B in the bylaw shows the areas within which the environmental protections apply. We would propose to retain Schedule B, but use it for a different purpose, to show the area within which owners of rural countryside lands need to show staff that they are in fact returning natural features to farm production. As you can see, it's approximately 2 kilometers from the current urban boundary. We are recommending a couple of very small adjustments to that 2 kilometer limit to reflect some of the recent changes to the official plan. And it's clearly marked along, well-known roads and other physical features on the landscape. So it's quite clear as to where this bylaw rule would apply and not apply. Okay, next slide, please. The other change that staff are recommending to the bylaw is a change to the notification requirements. We have currently notification requirements in the bylaw that if you're doing, any kind of major site alteration, major landscaping, that's within 10 meters of your property boundary, that you need to notify your adjacent neighbors. And you also need to notify city staff if your project is subject to a Planning Act application. During implementation, we've determined that the notification of neighbors, while it's still recommended as a basic good practice courtesy, it's not something the city should really be regulating. We don't want to be providing people with potential tools that they can use in ongoing neighbor disputes. So when work is being done on a project that is subject to a Planning Act application, we do still believe that notification is important. The city planner whose name is on a sign on that property should be notified in advance of work being done on that property, so that if residents call in to ask what's going on, staff have an answer for them. So we would retain the notification requirement for projects associated with Planning Act applications, but otherwise not. Okay, next slide, please. So should the committee decide to approve these changes, we will finalize them for enactment in accordance with committee and council's approval. We will undertake to do communications and outreach about the changes to the bylaw. We do not anticipate making these changes effective before probably February or March 2024, because obviously there's work that needs to be done to prepare the amending bylaw, bring it back to council for enactment, and also get that staff training and other actions done. So with that, I will turn off my mic momentarily and happily take any questions that the committee may have at the appropriate time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We're gonna leave the question till after the delegation. And I know there is a motion and we have an amendment. So we have first, let's go with the technical motion, and we're not ready yet, right? So we have a technical motion. Is it Councillor Kelly or? Huh?
Thank you, Chair. Whereas report ACS 2023, those letters and those numbers, recommends the council approve the proposed amendments to the site alteration bylaw 2018-164. And whereas the report recommendations incorrectly read that the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee recommends 1, the council approve the proposed amendments to the site alteration bylaw 2018-164 as described in this report and attached as document 1. Number 2, that the general manager, planning, real estate and economic development and the city solicitor be delegated the authority to finalize the amendments and bring forward the amending bylaw to council for enactment. Therefore, be it resolved that recommendation 2 be removed from the final report recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly, and we're gonna move to our. Sorry, go ahead. No, it's not ready yet. So Councillor Brown has a motion, but it's not ready yet. We're doing some amendment to it, but while we're doing that, we can go to the delegation. We have Angela Keller from Cafe. She's first presenter. I'm sure you're not strange to our committee, and you have 5 minutes, and I think we have a presentation for you.
Okay, excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DeRose. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear.
Okay. Okay, brilliant. Okay, so I'm Angela Keller-Herzog. I'm the Executive Director of Cafes. I apologize that I'm not with you in person, but I'm at the tail end of COVID. So I thought it was safer for all parties concerned for me not to show up in person, even with the mask. Next slide, please. So I think that you are familiar with cafes. We are a network that's existed since 2010 of local neighborhood and municipal environmental leaders. And we have knowledge exchange, and we keep an eye on the also the policies like today. Next slide, please. So that's the overview of my presentation. Next slide, please. So the context, as Amy has already touched on, is that there are some official plan objectives in terms of the protection of natural features to protect and enhance the tree canopy, protecting wetlands, that this site alteration bylaw hopefully can help us do a little bit. Next slide, please. So in particular, the official plan says that the city shall take a no net loss approach with respect to evaluated wetlands deemed not provincially significant and also forest cover. So the question is, well, how do we actually do that? Next slide, please. So before we can figure out whether we're experiencing losses, we need a baseline, right? So we need some data. So the questions that Cafes has for you and for staff is, well, where is the data on the natural forest, rural forest cover? And we also don't have any recent data on the urban canopy. The last time there was this aerial overview was the data is, I think, from 2017 or 2018. We don't actually know the losses due to the derecho in the rural area. We don't actually know wetland losses due to development and urban expansion. So those are some questions that we have in this context. Next slide, please. So the objective then, as we see it, is to value our natural assets and that we need local means of protecting what we value locally. And by that, I mean, we can't really count on the federal government to be doing this for us. And we also can't be expecting the people in Toronto to understand the nature of a particular wetland or a particular shoreline. So what we do need then are some local tools, local legal tools that we can use appropriately to protect nature and our natural assets that we value in each of our neighborhoods and wards. Next slide, please. Yeah, okay. So what are some of the benefits that this site alteration bylaw can give us in this regard? We can stop the preemptive clearing of land for development. Under the bylaw, we can do stop work orders, and we can ensure that nature is given like a second chance. So if there is a lot of noise coming from a track, there's some explosions where people are really doing alterations for we don't know what, and the neighbors are concerned, through this site alteration bylaw, we can pause that activity and see what's really going on. And as Amy has explained, there are plenty of exemptions to allow the normal conduct of agricultural and rural life to continue. Next slide, please. So we feel that we support the revised site alteration bylaw. It does give us some tools a little bit to get a handle on things, but we definitely also recommend that this committee and staff provide better municipal monitoring of our natural assets, and that we understand also the climate risks such as fire risk, storm risk, invasive species risks to our natural assets, and that we probably also need better partnering with the conservation authorities as their mandates are changing. So we think that some of those details of who does what needs to be reviewed. Next slide, please. I think that's it for my presentation. So thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you very much, Angela, for the presentation. And we really appreciate always when you come to committee and do presentation and delegation and speak on behalf of our residents and communities. Do we have any question?
No, I'm fine. Feel better.
Thank you. Hopefully you'll feel better.
I
Thank
get
you.
my hand up, George.
Oh, sorry about that. Councillor Love. Go ahead.
Angela, I just went through COVID as well this past fall. I know how you must be feeling. It means a lot that you still came out, and I just hope that you feel better soon.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Lulov.
Thank you very much. Our next delegation is Ursula Mills and Philip Osterwatt. I hope I present your last name right, from Soloway, right, on behalf of the Greater Ottawa Home Builders Association. So it's not your first time here, but you know the rules. We have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Mr. Osterhout will not be joining me today, but correct, I am here on behalf of GOBA, certainly an association well known to members of council and staff, and GOBA represents the development industry both in urban and rural area. It's what we're requesting today is a deferral of the consideration of this. It's GOBA's position that there was not enough consultation or discussion regarding the proposed changes. Even the staff report itself on page 7 acknowledges that public consultation was not required. It was not mandated as part of the direction to staff in 2018. We obviously take issue with that and suggest that consultation should indeed occur when changes such as what's being proposed are going to be implemented across the city. So some of the changes that GOBA would like further discussions on in particular are the drainage changes. Interestingly enough, this is the second matter on the agenda today where drainage is being discussed. It is important to note that the infrastructure master plan is considering some of these issues and what have you. So it's premature, in our opinion, to make changes to the site alteration bylaw now, when the infrastructure master plan will be providing further direction in the very, very near future. In regards to the natural environment policies, this is a significant expansion of the application for which consultation definitely should occur. And so some context, over the last number of years, even over the last 2 official plans, there's not an agreement as to what level of protection should be given to some of the areas that the city has identified, whether it's the natural heritage system linkages or what have you. Whereas the implementation of this bylaw will have the effect of sterilizing these lands. And I'll come back to that and why that's a problem. And also in light of its very alive topic right now, the urban expansion area and what lands does that actually include is a very active moving target at this point in time. So revising the site alteration bylaw to include all of the urban expansion area may not be appropriate if they are indeed removed, which is certainly not what I'm advocating for at all. As a matter of fact, we'd like most of those lands to remain in. But again, revising the site alteration bylaw now to apply to lands that may not actually be urban expansion is again premature. In regards to the authority of the city to actually impose this, it has the effect of being a sterilization. And so we question whether or not that's even appropriate or under what authority the city is doing so. In regards to the excess soil regulations, this was not touched on by staff, but I think it's important to point out it's not clear to GOBA or its members how the proposed changes to the site alteration bylaw will work with and not conflict the separate provincial excess soil regulation. So it is indeed the province that's imposed that regulation, and it's the approval authority for that. And so now it's our position that the city, including this in the site alteration bylaw, is the city bringing that enforcement mechanism under its own purview, which is not appropriate. It doesn't have the authority or jurisdiction to do so, and it is even possibly creating some conflict. And, you know, staff have acknowledged there's a challenge with implementing this bylaw, whether it's expertise or staff resources or what have you. And so I do note that the site alteration bylaw revisions staff do propose to include the excess soil definition, as well as revising Schedule A, which is labeled as a best practice schedule. In regards to Schedule A, I can advise that, you know, we question whether or not those are indeed best practices. And that's another point that we would certainly like to discuss with the city. And that would be, members of GOBA as well as experts, so we can indeed make sure that best management practices are indeed included. In regards to the approval process, very quickly, the report says this is not a permit system, but it actually is. Anytime the prior written approval of the GM is required, that is indeed a type of permit system. And we think that a permitting system, if that's indeed what this is going to be, requires clarity and consistency. Criteria needs to be established, especially since there's no right of appeal or dispute mechanism as included in the bylaw. So based on this, we requested deferrals that these details may be discussed with the city so we can have a bylaw that's clear and can be applied citywide if that is the direction of council.
Thank you very much, Ursula, and we appreciate your presentation. Any question to Ursula?
Councillor Luloff. I see your hand,
Okay,
sorry.
we have Councillor Luloff's hand up, so go ahead, Councillor.
Hi, Ursula. Thanks so much for sharing your concerns with us today. We truly do appreciate it. Just I guess, supposed to put a fine point on it. What, if this bylaw passes today, and if you've had enough time to look at it, if this bylaw passes today as it is now without amendment, what have your members been able to do in the past that you will not be able to do in the future? And what is the impact on your business?
There's more, what have we done in the past and not been able to do in the future? A little bit harder for me to answer because I'm not actually obviously with the proponents directly speaking, but for example, the drainage process as well as the natural heritage system. This bylaw proposes to expand those protectionist policies to that, or requiring more additional discussion with city staff. And it's not that the discussion is the problem, because that has to occur through any development approval process anyways. But under the site alteration bylaw, it's not clear as to what that criteria to be discussed is, or what the objectives you have to meet are. And that's where the uncertainty of this bylaw causes us concern.
So you would have preferred to have more conversations with staff to get a better understanding of what these provisions would be, essentially.
Correct. More clarity, more clear, defined criteria.
Okay. Thanks so much, Ursula. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Luloff. And Ursula, thank you. I don't have a question, but I have a comment that Councillor Brown is working on. He's working on a motion, and I'm too bad it was not ready before we let you go ahead with your delegation. But I think there is in the motion some language will say that there is some changes he like to implement, and we also there is some we like to shorten from the kilometers of the proposed by city staff, and also that there is language we need to put in, and it's going to come back to Agricultural Affairs Committee for more discussion. I think that should give you enough time between now and then, but we'll see after councillors. We're going to circulate Councillor Brown's motion, and you can actually send us a comment after that if you want. So we'll give you that opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you. So while we're here, we have another actually delegation just showed came in, and he'd like to speak, Mr. Al Spires. And it's not in the agenda, but he just showed up, and we're going to give him 5 minutes also. So Mr. Spires, the floor is yours. You have 5 minutes. Don't rush, take your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for this allowing me to speak at short notice. Actually, I came here for another item, but since this issue of protecting trees, I think it may be important to tell you that approximately 50 years ago, the Ontario government enacted something called the Ontario Trees Act. As far as I know, it's still in force, and I became aware of that act about the time when the RMOC was instituted here by way of precursor to amalgamation. I was heavily involved in an issue protecting trees on private property. And the Ontario Trees Act was referred to at that time, but it was considered toothless because of British common law that gives the person who owns the property the right to do, within certain limits, of course, whatever they want of their property, including the removal of trees. Now, notwithstanding the old Diefenbaker Constitution, what I refer to as the old Diefenbaker Constitution, which is still in force, as well as the 1982 Constitution Act that brought us to charter, neither one of which guarantees private property. But in spite of that, British common law seems to take precedent over the rights of owners to do what they like on their property. And my question then is, has the constitutionality, should this bylaw be challenged, has the constitutionality been established as to its validity, as to its enforceability concerning the protection of trees? That was all I wanted to bring up, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sardi. Let's see if we have any questions from committee members. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we're gonna go ahead to Councillor Brown's motion, and then we can go to question to staff.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I appreciate the latitude. Councillor Kitts had asked for an amendment prior to me reading this in, and I appreciate the collaboration. I'll ask that staff put it up on the screen. It says, whereas City Council approved the site alteration bylaw in 2018 with a direction for staff to conduct a review and report back on its performance and recommended improvements. And whereas according to the staff report that over 2,500 complaints have been received over 5 years, however, the majority being directed to drainage staff, leading to questions of the effectiveness and intent of the bylaw. And whereas the intent of the bylaw is not to negatively impact a normal farm practice carried out by an agricultural operation, therefore be it resolved that the staff report be amended as follows. Site alteration and farming, number 2, be amended and reads as follows. A normal farm practice carried out by an agricultural operation shall be exempt from provisions of this bylaw where activities do not contravene federal or provincial law as per the Farming and Food Production Protection Act. And be it further resolved that protection of natural environment number 11, paragraph 1 be retained. And be it further resolved that Schedule B be amended to include lands in the rural area approximately 1 kilometer beyond the urban boundary and urban boundary expansion lands as outlined in the City of Ottawa official plan. And be it further resolved that an agricultural operation shall not be required to contact City of Ottawa staff when carrying out site alteration, which is incidental to a normal farm practice, as proposed in Report ACS 2023-PRE-EDP 0041. And be it further resolved that the notification process include notifying the ward councillor. And be it further resolved that staff report back to the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee on final wording. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. We have Councillor Roloff on the line. Do you want to talk about the motion first, or?
No, you can go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm just wondering if Councillor Brown would be amenable to a friendly amendment that that consultation with stakeholders occur before final wording comes back to ARAC.
I don't.
That'd be friendly.
Thank you, Councillor Roloff. You took that sentence from me, but I'm happy to hear that also. So it's been accepted by Councillor Brown. Now we go to Councillor question to staff. And also, you want to clarify a little bit your...
Sure. Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, colleagues. Yeah, I think there's a lot of concern around the site alteration bylaw and who it captures and how it gets implemented. We've heard from the delegates today, some with some concerns and some that are in support of the amendments being made. I guess my one question to staff, the Farm and Food Production and Protection Act is very clear that a municipal bylaw shall not restrict a agricultural operation from carrying out a normal farm practice. If agricultural operators have to call city staff to convince them that they are indeed an agricultural operation carrying out a normal farm practice, would this not constitute a restriction?
Thank you, Chair. In staff's opinion, no, it does not. Certainly, we are aware of bylaws in other municipalities, also enacted under the Municipal Act, where there are requirements for farming operations to contact municipal staff, in some cases even to obtain a permit to do work that we would be proposing to allow, under our bylaw without needing to contact city staff in most cases. It's only in the area within the 2 kilometers of the urban boundary and only on rural countryside designated lands that happen to also have a natural feature identified in our official plan, where we would ask that the landowner contact the city first. I know we all remember the Taywin tree cutting incident back in February, where councillors were receiving many phone calls from concerned members of the community about this tree clearing event that was going on. Staff had no information to provide initially because we didn't know that it was happening until the complaints came in. This change in the current rules would have enabled us to know about that tree clearing ahead of time. As it transpired, that tree clearing was done for returning the land to agricultural use. It was, in fact, rural countryside land. It did have a significant woodland on it. So it would have met the requirements for the exemption, the agricultural exemption under our bylaw. But if we had this refined version of the rules in place at the time, they would have been required to contact the city first and tell us that this is what they were proposing to do. We would have established with them quickly, early on, what the intended use of the property was, that there was a farmer involved, and we would have then let councillors and community members know ahead of time. It would not have been a delay to the project. It would have avoided the need, for the city actually went out, as you know, and put in a stop work order under the tree protection bylaw, which also applied in that area. So we actually did stop the work on the property for a few days while we tried to figure out what was going on. This provision would have avoided that. So I think actually better communication between the landowners and the city could prevent potential issues between, if residents call in and complain and we know about it ahead of time, we can answer those complaints quickly and deal with them. And the farmer involved would then not be subject to potential investigations, which, we could then avoid that entirely. So it's a matter of, as you say, a phone call. And I have, in the past 5 years, I actually have received phone calls from landowners, including farmers, who want to make sure, are there anything, do they need any approvals from us? Do they need to do anything before they clear this? And because of their proactive communication, it's very appreciated. I was able to tell them, no, you don't need anything from us. Please go ahead. Thank you for letting us know. So, we've dealt with it, I think, very well internally. And there are certainly, municipal bylaws in other areas where it is common for even farmers to have to obtain a permit before they proceed with their normal farm practice in those areas. Obviously, the normal farm practices board can arbitrate if there is a dispute, but staff don't. They feel that this is an imposition or a restriction of normal farm practice. And I could just add, we did consult extensively with our local Federation of Agriculture representatives during the initial development of this bylaw and all of the exemptions to it. And, we believe that we've managed to capture the language that allows them to do their work without needing to contact the city. The only time we would ask them to contact the city in future is in that peri-urban area, the near urban area, where there could be concern among community members about why a woodlot is suddenly being taken down. that it may not be for agricultural purposes, which we could then verify and say, no, it is. So, thank you.
No, thank you very much for that. And I think many of the amendments that staff have made to this bylaw will help clarify through the planning process lands that are slated for development. And I can say, and I always like to try to give praise where praise is due. You're very easy to get a hold of, Amy. You've been fantastic working with my office and that of my colleagues. It's something we really do appreciate. You are always there to answer questions. So I can see why staff go to you for these kinds of things. You're an expert in your field and you make it very easy for us to gather this information. I also know that when landowners reach out to you, they have similar comments to us. So I think it's important that people hear that. My concerns are more geared towards agricultural operators whose lands, if they're renting them, aren't owned by a developer. These are landowners who farm their land, they own their land or rent it from another farmer, but having them call to clarify whether they can go ahead. I see from a PR perspective that there may be some concerns, but the urban boundary continues to encroach into rural Ottawa. These are normal farm practices, normal for folks who live out there. And I don't think it's as prevalent of a concern once residents understand what farming in a modern time is like, which is why I brought forward this motion, because I think it's important that we don't burden farmers in Ottawa with just another step. And I can understand from staff's perspective where it's just another phone call, but for these folks, it's another phone call on top of another phone call on top of another form to comply. And I think it's important that we make it as easy as possible to farm. Agriculture in Ottawa is, I think, probably the #1 land use in the city, or just about close to it. We are an agricultural city, and listening to the many farmers that I represent, they have concerns with this bylaw. But I appreciate the information. The one thing that I am hoping that staff can clarify, though, in response to some of the concerns that we heard from GOBA, through the Planning Act, through all the other different bylaws that we have, how is this update and how are these amendments going to filter into the work that they're doing today? And does it help clarify some of the processes that we ask our builders to go through when they're planning their developments on land?
Through you, Mr. Chair. We worked, again, extensively in the initial development of this bylaw with all variety of stakeholders. And GOBA was certainly one of the foremost stakeholders involved in the development of the bylaw in its original form. And I will say that the approval of the general manager with respect to clearing of natural features in section 11 of the bylaw isn't changing. That process is the same. We're not proposing to change that in terms of development. If the development proponent goes through the planning process and achieves their planning approvals, then they're exempt from any further requirements under this bylaw. If they wanted to clear land in advance of receiving their planning approval, and they're within the area where these natural areas currently apply, so urban or near urban area, then this bylaw provides them with a mechanism to obtain approval to do so. I think most of the time when they do that, it's being handled through planning services because they've already entered into a conversation with city staff about their proposed development at that point. So we already have mechanisms to allow things like early servicing to occur. Once they get an approval like that from the city, they can proceed, and this bylaw no longer applies to what they want to do on that land. So from a development standpoint, the rules really aren't changing as far as GOBA is concerned. They're still required to notify people because, as we said, we want to keep that for Planning Act application related work. But the only change would be that if they're working on a development proposal that's beyond the current 2-kilometer limit, they would now be subject to the same controls that apply to them on their urban and near urban proposals. So in terms of the development industry, Again, that we worked very closely with them in the initial development of this bylaw. They were not opposed to the approval of the bylaw when it was, in its final form back in 2018. They came and made delegations, but they were, supportive of the language in it at that time. Certainly in terms of what was said about the excess soils regulation, we are not trying to take on any responsibility for excess soils. That is the province's mandate. The changes we're making to the language in the bylaw are intended to make that clear, that we recognize there is provincial regulation in place and that we are not proposing to enforce that. It is a provincial mandate. So I would say, again, in summary, that from a developer's standpoint, there really isn't a lot of change to the rules unless they are working in the, far rural parts of the city. And some of the examples and complaints that have come in the 5 years have related to developments in some of our near some of our rural villages. And Chair DeRuse may have some idea of which ones I'm talking about. But we have had issues where woodlots are being cleared in advance of planning approvals being received without authorization under the bylaw because they're too far out. They're not covered by these protections now. And so, people around those subdivisions do get concerned when they see that happening and they know that the subdivision isn't approved yet. So we are potentially losing the opportunity to have the fulsome review of which parts of a woodlot should perhaps be preserved for the betterment of the eventual community as required by the policies in our official plan if it's preemptively cleared. And that's the sort of thing that we would like to be able to address through the expansion. But it's really not anything beyond, as Ms. Malin said in her presentation, GOBA is very used to communicating with city staff. And they know the criteria that we use. It's the official plan policies and the processes that are spelled out in the bylaw, which again, they were involved in the drafting of those original terms, which aren't changing.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
If you don't mind, Mr. Chair, I'd just like to add a little bit to what Ms. McPherson was saying. Ms. Malans did kind of refer to a change in the context in which this bylaw applies, and that is some of the policies in the new official plan regarding protection of the natural heritage system. And she expressed her concern that if I understood her correctly, her concern that those new policies regarding the natural heritage system and the expansion of the site alteration bylaw provisions for protection of the natural environment would result in sterilization of some lands. And we disagree with that characterization of it. The site alteration bylaw does not change the underlying land uses, nor does the natural heritage system provisions change the underlying land uses. The big change that came in is that the new official plan excludes the natural heritage system, those core natural areas, those core linkages. It excludes it from future urban boundary expansion. That's the main impact, and I think that's what Ms. Malens was referring to in her comments. And certainly the expansion of the site alteration bylaw would provide additional protection for existing natural heritage features in those areas. One of the risks, if we don't expand the natural heritage protections to cover these areas, is that a property owner could simply circumvent the policies in the official plan by going out and clearing those areas within the natural heritage system in anticipation that in 5 years or 10 years, when we next look at the urban boundary, they would then be able to argue it is no longer natural land. And so we don't agree with the characterization of this as sterilizing lands, and we do identify a very strong risk if we don't have those environmental protections in place.
Thank you very much, Dr. Su. I appreciate clarification and thank you for answering those questions, Councillor Kidd.
Thank you, Chair. So Amy, you used the Taywin example, which we're all very familiar with. Correct me if I'm wrong, under the current bylaw with no changes, those landowners should have still notified the city because they are within the urban boundary, correct?
The Taywin property that was cleared is actually just outside the identified urban expansion area. Those lands are still rural. They're not part of the expansion lands. And so they are within the area that is currently has the environmental protection under the site alteration bylaw, because the bylaw currently protects lands within approximately 2 kilometers of the urban boundary. So it did cover those lands. It's also was covered by the tree bylaw, the tree protection bylaw, because the lands were considered for urban expansion, but they were not ultimately all included. So under the site alteration bylaw, because they were clearing a natural feature from rural countryside lands for the purpose of returning it to agriculture, they were technically exempt from the current rules that would have required them to to contact the city first and obtain permission to do so. They didn't need our permission. There are notification requirements in the bylaw that if they're doing site alteration within 10 meters of the property boundary, they should have notified the adjacent property owner before starting the work. There was no planning application in play on that property, so the other notification requirements to notify city staff, for example, would not have applied. There was no planning application involved and no city staff tasked with managing consultation on that property.
Okay.
So the only notification requirement that would have applied under the site alteration bylaw would have been to the adjacent neighbors.
Okay. Okay.
If they were working within 10 meters of the boundary, and they may have left a buffer. I'm not sure whether they actually were working that close to the property boundaries.
And the fact that they were considered for urban expansion, there was no additional notification.
No
that was
additional
required.
notification required.
Okay.
Under the rules that we're proposing today,
That would change.
there would be.
Okay. Okay. And just on public consultation, I know the report says that many stakeholders were notified, but I'm inferring from that wording that it was just, there wasn't like an engagement opportunity back and forth. It was just, this is what we're doing. That was the consultation for this round. I know there was extensive consultation for earlier phase.
Through you, Mr. Chair. All of our stakeholders from the previous development of the bylaw were notified in August. I sent them all a rather long email summarizing the proposed changes. I invited them in that email to contact me if they wanted more information. And, some of them certainly did reach out and requested more information. So I did provide the executive director of GOBA with a briefing. I walked him through the proposed changes. We also had when requested, we did follow-up meetings.
Okay.
I will say that most of our stakeholders didn't reach out. I did make a special effort to contact the Ontario Federation of Agriculture local members. I had a conversation with Mr. Terriato of the OFA and, again, walked him through the proposed changes and asked him for his input on it.
So there was dialogue with some of these.
Some of them, yes, yes. And in recent days, once the agenda was posted and the bylaw itself was available for public view, I did send another email out to all the stakeholders notifying them that it was now available to be reviewed publicly so that they had the opportunity to take a look at it and determine if they wanted to come and to make a delegation. And there were some follow-up emails from the Carleton Landowners Association and from Ms. Keller Herzog of CAFES in result of that.
Okay.
So
thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kidd, and thank you, Amy, for the answers. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Chair. And first, I'd like to just echo my colleague, Councillor Brown's comments, Amy, and the fact that you are always readily available. You're proactive and you reach out to our offices for feedback, and that is very much appreciated. That's not always the case. And I'd also like to thank Councillor Brown for his work on this as well. I was fairly outspoken when it came to what happened at Taywin. I was part of a group of councillors who did go to the GM of Planning's office and looked at some of the documentation that was associated with that cut and the rationale behind it. And once I was able to dig into that, I was obviously a lot more comforted with what was going on. And I fully admit that, you know, some improvements could be made to that process so that people know what's going on. But I also received many of the same pieces of feedback that Councillor Brown's office has received in regards to this matter. I love trees. I campaigned on keeping them standing. But I also understand how important farms are to ensuring the rural nature of our wards. And I also understand the many challenges that farmers face these days, from everything from input costs to succession planning. I've got a dairy farmer in Ward 5 in his 70s. He's got 8 kids and not one of them wants to take over the farm. And, you know, some of the sentiment I hear in the community is that it's just gotten too difficult to do that work. And so I don't want to do anything that makes it harder or more difficult for them to do their jobs. Would happy to continue this conversation. And I think I see some people in the room today from Rural Woodlands Group who's been advocating for various measures the city could take. For example, tax incentives for rural landowners to keep trees standing. So that's something I'd love to explore. And so I'm going to support Councillor Brown's amendment to the motion and support it as amended. So again, just thank you very much for the time you've taken to work with the councillors on this, and thank you to Councillor Brown for his work. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Actually, there is a delegation from the Green Space Alliance, Mr. Paul Johannes. I apologize that you did say you want to speak on both items, and I think we only put you on the item of the battery, the BACA. So if you want to speak right now, we'll give you the opportunity. If we apologize on that mix-up.
Okay, thank you. My intervention was really just on the site alteration bylaw, so that I don't know, it was some kind of mix-up. I just alerted the coordinator, and I just got popped on now. I've been listening to the sessions from the start. It's a little late now, I think, to have comments. I know questions from staff and motions are being presented. Definitely the Green Space Alliance supports the revised bylaw as presented by city staff. Wanted to relate the fact that in 2017, I was part of a stakeholder group that Nick Stowe put together to deal with the significant woodlands policy. It was through that process that we identified that the issue of preemptive clearing in the peri-urban area was really a problem. It's something that really does happen, and that it should be addressed in city policies. Because the significant woodland policy only applied to the urban area, it was decided that that issue would be passed on to the original site alteration bylaw work. The site alteration bylaw in 2018 was, we participated in that as well. This was another full consultation, same thing as the significant woodland policy, stakeholder group full consultation. And in the initial version of the site alteration bylaw, the notion of the peri-urban area was adopted, I think thanks to Chair El Shantiri at the time, that made sure that at least that part of the protection of the peri-urban area, so the 2 kilometers beyond the urban boundary, was for the first time recognized and mapped and put in as an annex of that bylaw. However, there's no specific measures for what to do in that area other than to say that the protection applied the same protection applied to the peri-urban area as applied to the urban area. And that protection, the specific pieces, would be dealt with in the tree protection bylaw, which was starting up at that time. And that, of course, Martha Kopstake led that. Very good consultation process on that as well. But when that bylaw was ready to be implemented, there was an acceleration, there was an urgency to get it out. So on January 2021, it was put into effect by motion. But the work hadn't been completed on the protection of trees in the peri-urban area at the time. So that was put aside to say, well, it'll have to be looked at later. And it wasn't actually in the program of work. And then when we saw in the current proposal for the site alteration bylaw, we saw that in the review of the site alteration bylaw, that's where the actual protection for the peri-urban area is now being implemented. So this is something that's been around for 6 years that we've been working on to get, the city staff, the community working together to try and get protection for that crown of land around the urban boundary, where there's always going to be temptation to preemptively cut woodlands, preemptively, do site alterations that would make those lands more attractive, either for urban expansion or would circumvent the normal review that gets done through the planning process, through the planning applications, by eliminating those, what were natural areas, sort of as Councillor Lulaf mentioned a while ago. So it's a real thing. It really does happen. The way to deal with it, I thought it was a very elegant way that was put forward in the draft of the site alteration bylaw. Now, it isn't a big protection. The protection is that if there's a piece of land in that peri-urban area that a landowner wishes to return to agricultural use, then the normal exception for normal land practice has a little caveat on it. It says, for that case only, you need to call the city to let the city know that I'll be clearing this land to return it to agricultural use, and to provide some basis for, yes, that this is a real, this is true. This isn't just an excuse or an explanation that's not truthful. So I think, it's a very, very small protection, but at least it's there. And it was one of the main complaints. And when we've heard it directly from Taggart, we're dealing with on Taywin, saying that our big problem there was communication. That was a communication problem. The councillor didn't know. Nobody knew. It was a surprise, and everybody was just scrambling. All this bylaw update is doing is putting an added piece of requirement, which is to at least alert the city, alert neighbors, alert someone that you're about to do this. Make it clear so that it's not done in the middle of the night, shielded from view. It's done clearly and openly as a legitimate thing under the bylaw. So we definitely support it. We think it was a very good way that the city staff went about to bring about protection for this peri-urban area. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johannes. Any question? Seeing none, thank you very much. And we apologize for the mix-up of the delegation. So we thank you very much. I know you and I have a lot of conversation concerning the previous issue that we had in my ward, and I understand exactly where you stand, and we really appreciate your delegation here today. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Rose.
Okay, so now we have no more delegation, no more question to staff. I do just wanna this committee. I also kind of want to echo Councillor Brown and Councillor Clark concerning the concern in the rural area. I understand we're trying to implement something, and I'm hoping while we're implementing something, we don't make burden and extra rules on other group of people, of farmer. The farmer put foods on our table. They're the stewardship of our land. As Agricultural Rural Affairs Committee here, we here sit and govern on behalf of our rural residents and on behalf of our agricultural food. But I hate to see that we're implementing policy to satisfy some other issues or some incident in the city happen, and us putting more regulation on the people that they really work very hard every day. I understand farm operation is very difficult. I received letters from OFA myself. I spoke to so many farmers in my community, and it is hard. They're dealing with Mother Nature, they're dealing with crops, they're dealing with we're dealing with so many elements, and it's very hard, and it's getting hard and hard and harder because, like Councillor Kelly said, not too many, not they don't have a lots of labor, they don't have lots of, no one's want to take the farm. But the issue here and the problem fundamentally is we want to make sure our farmer farming their land and looking after their land and providing the food for us. But in the rural area, there is a lots of land inside and around the green belt and around our boundary that they have an RU land. Farmers actually farm RUs. And I understand under our policies and in the agriculture industry, RU land, you have a choice to farm it, but putting the regulation on an RU close to our city and around our boundary, it's a little bit, I heard a lot from our community and they have a lots of concerns. So I look at it from both sides, and our job as councillors, how we can balance this. So I do want to support Councillor Brown's motion today. And I know before we vote on the motion that we do have to, there is an amendment to it. But I also want to thank staff, and I want to thank Amy and Dr. Stowe. I know you have a very tough and hard job, how you can balance both the resident, the agricultural industry, and of course the development industry. So it is very difficult and it's very hard, and I'm hoping that in the motion there will be wording that will come back, and we'll be consulting with more people, and we'll be consulting also with our stakeholders, so we'll be able to make a good and broader decision. So thank you very much for that. Councillor Brown, you want to read your amendment, please?
Thank you, Chair. I amended the last therefore be it resolved clause to add be it further resolved that staff report back to the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee on final wording following further consultation. And that was the friendly amendment made by Councillor Luloff.
Thank you. We're good? Okay, on the motion?
Carried.
Carried.
And the report is that the Agricultural Rural Affairs Committee recommend that Council approve the proposed amendment to the Site Alteration Bylaw 2018-164 as described in the report and attached as document 1, that the General Manager of Planning, Real Estate and Economic Development City Solicitor be delegated authority to the finalized amendment and bring forward amending bylaw to Council for enactment. As on the recommendation as amended.
Carried.
As amended.
As amended. Thank you, and that's carried. Okay, we're gonna give the member of the committee a 10-minute break so they can do what they have to do, and we're gonna convene. And we do have for our next item for the independent electricity system operator, we have a presentation. So we're gonna get them ready to prepare. Mr. Mike Peters, Remy Morrow. And we'll start with the presentation. Actually, what we're going to do, we're going to start with the presentation. And then we'll go to the delegation. So we're going to take 10 minutes breaks, please. I'd just like to give a 1 minute heads up. We're going to start the meeting again.
I know.
I think this is a gender.
It is, totally.
Okay. That was a very short break. Thank you very much. Usually on Agricultural Effort Committee, we don't take break, but this is needed. Right now we're dealing with 7.4, which is Independent Electricity System Operator, IESO LT1 procurement request for municipal support resolution. We have from city staff, we have Melissa Jor-Conway. Thank you very much for being here, and David Wise. They're gonna do the presentation for us. Thank you for both for being here this morning. So we'll do the presentation, then we're gonna go to the delegation. Before we go to the delegation, we got a motion from Councillor Brown, and then we'll go through the delegation, and then we'll go process that way. So without further ado, I'll ask staff to start the presentation. After.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair and councillors. Staff have prepared a brief presentation, and after which we'll be happy to answer questions. So just a quick recap for you. The Independent Electricity Systems Operator is the Crown Corporation that oversees the electricity market in Ontario. And the LT1 RFP is the second phase of IESO's procurement process that's currently underway. You may recall that the first phase began earlier this year, known as the ELT1, which is the expedited procurement. And you may recall there was a request at that time for a municipal support resolution for 650 Upper Dwyer Hill Road in West Carleton March. That site was not selected by the IESO at that time as part of that phase, and that's why you are seeing them come back again for the second, as part of the second phase. I'm going now to explain the reasons behind the requests, what the procurement is for, and our recommendations. Next slide, please. So the IESO is responsible to direct the flow of electricity across the high voltage electricity network, which is owned by Hydro One. They also manage the competitive wholesale electricity market, and they work with neighboring jurisdictions in North America. For a number of reasons that are explained in our report, the IESO is turning to energy storage as a way to add capacity into the system during peak times and to support the integration of renewable energy such that the grid will be clean, reliable, and affordable. So the purpose of this LT1 RFP is to secure new electricity resources in response to increased demand over the next 20 years. The LT1 RFP expects to procure approximately 2,500 megawatts of capacity to be online no later than May of 2028. And proposals are due December 12th of this year, which is coming up fairly quickly. I'll also say that proposals are required to provide evidence of municipal council support in order for projects to be built. Next slide. So battery energy storage systems are a technology that is undergoing rapid growth and development. The purpose of BESS facilities is so that they hold electricity that's coming off the grid or that is generated from renewable sources before releasing it at times of high customer demand. At the utility scale, which is what we are seeing proposed within Ottawa, the batteries are assembled, as you can see in this photo, in modular units, similar to shipping containers, and they're constructed on a concrete pad and connected to the electrical grid. BESS facilities fall under the definition of a utility installation in the zoning bylaw. And utility installations are permitted in all zones except for the environmental protection zone and mineral extraction zones. That is because they are heavily regulated uses and they're subject to a lot of technical requirements for site selection. Currently, the only provision in the zoning bylaw that is specific to BESS uses is to restrict their size within prime agricultural areas. And that was related to a zoning bylaw amendment that was passed earlier this year. There are new zoning provisions that are expected early next year as part of a report that is coming to you in Q1 of next year. And that will also likely include amendments to the site plan control bylaw for these uses. Next slide, please. So now I'm going to explain why the ISO has put in the requirement for municipal councils to give their support to these projects. So while municipalities can't control the amount and source of electricity that can be generated, they do have the authority under the Planning Act to direct the siting of these facilities through their official plans and zoning bylaws. That is why evidence of municipal council support is required. Your support is to allow you to empower you to provide support for these types of projects because they align with your strategic goals and priorities. And within Ottawa, we know that these types of projects help to support the transition to lower greenhouse gas electricity generation and support the goal of building a green and resilient city, which is set out in the city's strategic plan. The difference is that a municipal support resolution is support. It is not approval. The municipal support resolution does not replace any applicable laws, permitting requirements, or regulations that will apply to these projects if they are selected by the IESO. The MSR requirement is enabled by a prescribed form that has been provided by the IESO, which need to be completed and submitted by the proponents by the time of the submission deadline. Next slide, please. So the granting of a municipal support resolution before December 12th is up to the will of council. And I've set out a graphic here to help describe this a little bit further. Since this is such a competitive process, the IESO has built in a hurdle for projects to get their MSR before December 12th, which is the deadline, in order to receive 4 additional rated criteria points. Those that do not receive an MSR still have up to 18 months to receive the MSR. But the reality is, our understanding is that because of the competitive nature of this procurement, those who do not secure their MSR will not likely submit, as they will be chosen ahead of others that do have an MSR as part of their submission. So this graphic basically describes that submission deadline is December the 12th. It is the will of council to provide an MSR at this time. In 2024, the IESO will select the winning projects, and the ones that are selected with the MSR at submission will get their 4 rated criteria points. Those that do not submit with their MSR then have 18 months. So between early 2024 and following the 18 months following, as part of their contract requirements, they will have to secure that MSR. And then they are to become built and in operation by 2028, conditional upon municipal approvals and permits that will apply. Next slide. So staff are therefore recommending that the Agricultural and Rural Affairs Committee give support to 4 best projects in advance of the December 12th deadline. We have grouped the projects because the zoning bylaw update to address these uses is ongoing, because the timelines for the IESO process did not allow for a full-scale review of each project through the development review process. And it was to fill council's direction that requests for MSRs be heard at the standing committee and meet the timelines set out by IESO's procurement. Secondly, staff are requesting direction to include renewable energy generation and BESS facilities in the development review and approvals process. So that will include both zoning provisions and site plan control bylaw amendments as required. Third, that you direct staff to update council on the LT1 RFP procurement results as soon as possible when they become available. If there are any legislative changes to Ontario Regulation 35909, which is the legislation that the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks applies in the approval of renewable energy generation projects, but does not include BESS facilities at this time. So we would like to come back and update you if that is planning to change. And fourth, that you grant delegated authority to the general manager of PRED or their delegate to decide on future municipal support resolutions, conditional upon the development approvals process. Next slide. And here are just our staff contact information for any questions going forward as we continue to engage on this process. And that completes our presentation. We'd be happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much, Melissa and Dave. We're going to leave the question till after the delegation, but we have a motion from Councillor Brown. We'll introduce the motion, then we'll go to delegation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Whereas energy projects proposed within an area governed by a municipal government are required by the Independent Electricity Systems Operator, the IESO, to obtain a municipal support resolution before projects can proceed. And whereas according to IESO LT1 RFP, proponents have up to 18 months following the December 12th, 2023 application deadline to submit evidence of municipal support. However, projects that include an MSR with their application are granted 4 additional rated criteria points, which gives them a better chance of being selected. And whereas the battery electric storage system, BESS, projects currently being reviewed are distinct from one another and may receive varying levels of community and council support, depending on the nature of each individual project. And whereas on February 22nd, 2023, council directed staff to advise any proponents seeking an MSR through the LT1 RFP that staff will not bring such requests to council unless such requests are considered through the relevant standing committee. And whereas the IESO has now finalized the LT1 RFP procurement documents that allow for municipal councils to document evidence of a municipal support resolution by way of a prescribed form. And whereas renewable energy generating and storage facilities such as the BESS facilities under consideration are vital for accomplishing the city's energy resilience and climate change goals, therefore be it resolved that recommendation 1 be amended to state the following. Number 1, notwithstanding any requirements to comply with any and all current or future municipal regulations or applicable approvals and permit processes which may apply, municipal support resolution requests be granted for the following proposed battery energy storage system projects within the rural area as documented in this report, A, B, C, and D. Be it further resolved that the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee vote on each item under recommendation 1 as separate recorded votes. And be it further resolved that all future requests for MSRs through committees to council be brought to committee in a manner that allows councillors to vote on each MSR as a separate item within one report. And be it further resolved that recommendation 4 be removed from the report. And be it further resolved that all future requests for MSRs continue to rise through the appropriate committee of council to allow for public engagement and consultation, including for the LT2 RFP and all future IESO procurements until such a time as new direction is provided by council. And be it further resolved that upon the approval of new zoning provisions for BESS facilities, staff return to council through committee with recommendations for updated direction for managing the MSR process. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. So now we have that motion on the floor. We're gonna go to the delegation. So we have our applicant, we have the Evolution Solar Bank and Potential Renewables. So Evolution, we have Mike Peters has to leave, but he's online listening. He's the Director of Public Affairs. We have the Vice President of External Relations, Mr. Remy Moreau. You have an opportunity if you like to address the committee for 5 minutes, or you are here just for question. Where?
Mr. Chair will respectfully decline to make a presentation, but we are available here. I would, as you said, I'll be sure to be virtual. My apologies to the committee. I have a sick kid at home and a babysitter who needs to leave soon. So I will endeavor to participate.
Mr. Chair, can you turn the microphone on?
I will be here. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Mike Peters. I'm the Director of Public Affairs for Evolution. We will respectfully decline to make a presentation at this time, but we will be available for questions should the committee have any.
Thank you very much, Mike. So we also have a Solar Bank, Tracy Zhang on presenting. You have 5 minutes if you like to do presentation, or also you want to just be here for question. You turn the microphone on, please.
So good afternoon, Chair and Councillors. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Allow me to make a delegation here. We're proposing a BESS system in the Upper Duval Hill Road in the rural area of the Ottawa region, seeking for your municipal support resolution today. So my name is Tracy I'm the Chief Administrative Officer from the Solar Bank. And I also invite John Cosette, who is the Chief Operating Officer from the Solar Flow Through. They are the owner of the project, and the Solar Bank, we're the developer of this system. Next slide, please. So I will skip about IESO background information. Really appreciate, I think Melissa introduced, a very detailed of the background information. So this chart over here showing us the hourly Ontario electricity demand from the 2002. So consistently, you can see overnight, the demand is pretty low. We does have excessive of electricity produced by those clean resource like a nuclear plant and also those hydro. So we can store in the BESS systems. And those BESSs that can discharge to the transmission or distribution systems when the ISO identified that this region have a demand issues. So this is more like a, kind of a standby, like a huge UPS in your region is not operating every day. It's only when the time ISO identified that this region is going to have a demand issues, and they will give us the instruction such that where the BESS can discharge to the grid. Next slide, please. So our project is still in the pretty early stage of this development. So before this meeting, we already hosted 2 public meetings. One is in person on the November the 3rd, and the other one is online on November 23rd. So we just want to engage about the public for their inputs and allow them to address their issues and answer their questions. So we do have a lot of important questions discussed about the safety needs of the BESS and the site selection, why the site condition of this one, and also the fire suppression systems, environmental considerations, etc. All great questions. So we'll address that. In my opinion, there's no opposition from the public. Generally, they think this BESS in this site makes sense to them. So today we're seeking for the municipal support resolution for this project, and we're going to, after the resolution, we're going to respond to the ISO's LT1 RFP on the December the 12th, and to ISO schedule in May of the next year, they will select the proponents. And after, if we have a contract granted, that's where all the permitting will start. We'll do all the site plan approvals, building permit, environmental assessment, all the required approvals will be start from that time. Next slide, please. So yeah, I think as Melissa mentioned, the MSR do not supersede any of the permitting requires. Next slide, please. So the benefit to the community is at our capital investment, I would say the grid will enhance your resilience, and also it's about the 200 million of investments coming to the municipalities, communities. In our practice, we hire the constructions as much as possible from the local, and it's also a 22 years of contract, so the operation maintenance will also engage the local teams for these ongoing needs. So there's a job opportunities also created from the local markets. Next slide, please. So this site, the majority of the zoning is a rural, non-agricultural land, and there's a small piece is a EP, environmental protection. The location is a 650 Upper Duval Hill Road at the intersection of the Upper Duval Hill and also the Highway 7. Next one, please. So as you can see the site plan, so we do put the 120 meters away, the setback from the EP, the wetland. So that way we can minimize the environmental inputs. And also we do consult about the MVCA. They don't have any concerns about that because 120 meters setback is already outside of the regulation about the provincial significant wetlands. And this is the one already have an existing site access because we already have an existing solar farms over there. Having access to the Upper Duval Hill, and the transmission line is very close by. It's just around 150 meters away, connecting to the Hydro One's transmission line. And this BESS, the closest the residence is about 250 meters away because we do consider about the noise impact to them. And we'll follow all those compliance setbacks to the water course, and will be fully fenced with all those wildlife protection fence, like locked all the time, make sure it's safe to the wildlife and also to the people. It have a visual screening for the areas facing to the Upper Duval Hill. So this is a preliminary site plan. I think after permitting, more study will be done and the site plan will be finalized after detailed engineering studies. Next slide, please.
Can you please wrap up? We gave you more than 5 minutes, if that's possible.
Okay, sure, yeah. So it's a fully continuous BESS systems, and also it's kind of a standby, producing the electricity discharge only when ISO need to figure out that the demand have an issue. So inside the containerized is have all the batteries, inverters, fire suppression systems is safe, and the containers has been leak proofed. Next slide, please. So we did a consultation for the not only the public and also with city planners for the pre-consultation meetings, NVCA and also the Ministry of the Environment for the species at risk considerations. So did a lot of preliminary assessment. So overall, next slide, please. So yeah, in summary, we think this is a very suitable site, and we're seeking for your municipal support resolution for our site. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tracy. Don't go anywhere further. We have a question for you from Councilor Clark Kelly.
I think I've got about 19 actually.
Okay, go ahead. Start with the...
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This specific location was brought to our attention previously.
Yes.
And I brought a motion to council seeking a municipal support resolution for the project at this site previously.
Yes.
One of the reasons I did that was because of the small size of the project. I thought it was a good, a start maybe to look at these projects, because I'm sure you're aware of some concerns in the communities about them. But this project is significantly larger than the first submission. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you explain to my colleagues how much bigger this proposal is than the last one?
Okay, so the size of this one is 120 megawatts, and the previous one we proposed is the 4.99, almost 5 megawatts connecting to the distribution system.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to interrupt you there because I don't think many of my constituents would understand that language, but what they do understand is acres. I'm looking at the last presentation. Your total footprint was 0.26 acres of land, including all required setbacks. Can you tell me how many acres this one is?
This one is around 8 acres for everything, all inclusive.
Okay. When was your first public meeting?
It's November the 3rd.
And where was that held?
So that is in the Old Town Hall. It's a Friday.
Friday evening at 6 p.m.?
Yes.
Yeah. 44 kilometers from the site that we're discussing?
Yes.
Okay. How did you notify residents of that meeting?
Okay, so we send all the letters to the abutting property owners, and also we send a notification to the CAO of the municipalities.
Okay.
So yeah, so we kind of also host the online, because we just consider in case some of the owners can not make in
Thank you.
person.
I have more questions on that you'll be able to touch. Did you reach out to my office in advance of that meeting to invite me or my staff?
Probably not to my knowledge.
Okay, and because I looked and I couldn't find it, so thank you for confirming that that didn't happen. And can you confirm, I don't know, we already did that. How many people showed up at the public meeting on Friday night at 6 p.m., 44 kilometers from the site?
Okay, it's 2 people.
2 people, and were they both residents of West Carleton?
Yes, yeah, I think the one of them is actually abutting to that property.
Okay, and the other one was the former property owner?
Yes.
So do they still live in West Carleton, to your knowledge?
Sorry, the question?
Does that person live in West Carleton still?
I don't know, but it's the former owner of the same property.
Okay, and so the second meeting, when and where was that held?
So the second meeting is November 23rd, is online through the team meetings.
Okay, is that a Friday as well?
Yes.
At 1 p.m.?
Yes.
Do you traditionally hold your public meetings during the workday on a weekday?
In
the middle of the day?
So it traditionally not. I think we first consider at night, but because the first one is at night, so we're thinking this one could be in the daytime.
Okay, good. And was my office made aware of that meeting?
So yeah, I think we not specifically inform your office, but we do notify the planners and also the CAO of the Ottawa.
Okay. And I have some questions for them later as well. How many people showed up to the second meeting?
I think around 14 people in total.
14. Okay, I saw it reported in our local media that approximately 10 people were there. So a bit of a discrepancy there. I don't think we need to focus on that, but so that new meeting, were there any attendees in the second meeting that were also at the first?
No.
No?
Yeah.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I think the first 2 is a neighbor, Danielle, and also the former owner. I don't think that 2 is on board, but we do have another.
But the 2 people that were at your first public meeting,
yes,
they were also at the second one.
Oh, okay.
So only about 12 people total were really engaged on the project, 14 maximum from what I'm seeing. Are you happy with that level of engagement?
So I think we did, I cannot say happy or not. I think we
You
did.
could, you could just say yes or no.
Yeah, I think I'm happy about that.
Okay. Would you agree that having the first meeting locally and engaging with the local councillor would have increased engagement?
Yeah, I think that's a fair comment. Yeah, I think we probably look at the rules of ISO. I think next time we could improve, you know,
Okay,
we'll
thank
do better.
My final question for you, and while doing this, I'm gonna give a shout out to our local media, West Carleton Online. I think they've done an amazing job at covering these best proposals. I think the best in the entire city on this. And I was reading an article last night. Your colleague was quoted in that article saying they met with a few city agencies during this process. What were those agencies and who did you meet with specifically?
So that question I will leave to Mira because I think she's the person making the comments.
Thank you for your question. So we discussed with the MECP and the MVCA.
What's MECP?
So the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks.
Okay, so those are not city agencies.
No, there might have been a miscommunication.
That's fine.
with that
Okay.
wording.
Thank you very much for answering all my questions.
Thank you very much, Tracy, for answering the questions, and thanks, Councilor Curry. Any other question? Thank you very much. We appreciate you coming here.
Okay, thank you so much, everyone.
Next, Mr. Will Patterson, do you have 5 minutes to address the committee or you just here for question? We're gonna give you 5 minutes.
Thank you, everyone, for the time today. 5 minutes is short, so I will be very brief. My name is Will Patterson, and I am representing Potential Renewables and the Arm Prior Battery Storage Project. If we go to the next slide, please. Potential Renewables is a independent power producer. We're a Canadian-based company. We're owned by Power Corporation of Canada, which is one of the largest companies in Canada right now. We have a number of assets across Canada, and we are looking to expand that into energy storage in Ontario. We currently have two energy storage projects that we are about to start construction in Texas. Next slide, please. I'd like to just talk. I feel like the first question that we get from people, and it's real, is why here? So I just wanted to speak about this and really just be as transparent as I can be about why we are looking here. So the city of Ottawa has large demands for electricity right now, and there is a need for energy storage in this city as identified, and in Eastern Ontario as identified by the ISO and by the city itself. So from a developer's perspective and from my own perspective, when I look at this, the West Carleton Marsh area has a number of robust transmission lines that we thought likely had capacity to connect to. So that's why we focused our efforts there. Next slide, please. When we look at the area that we layer on different constraints. So this is an environmental constraint layer that we took. Next slide, please. We'll be rolling through these. We took a setback to residences at 500 meters. Next slide, please. We wanted to be within 1 kilometer of transmission lines because no one likes to have a transmission line built over their house. Next slide, please. And then we looked at rural lands. Next slide, please. What we found was there was no rural lands that we thought were suitable in West Carleton Marsh for energy storage projects of utility scale. What we did find was one particular area that had the largest suitable area, and that's where we focused. Next slide, please. This area has significant existing disruptions on this parcel. There is currently an existing substation that's identified in yellow on the parcel here. The project is located directly beside a aggregate pit and directly beside 2 different aggregate pits, actually. And it is also located beside transmission lines. So when we look at this parcel, it's 3 acres of land that we're proposing. So it's one of the smallest projects that the city is considering. The project is on agricultural land. We worked with a professional agrologist to site the project to reduce fragmentation of this land. And actually the east side of the lands are not tiled. So we'd look to put most of the project on that piece. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. We, in consultation with the community, we sent over 5,000 mailouts. We sent notices to very broad engagement. That was our general approach that we took. The ISO required us to send 10. We sent over 5,000. So just to give you a sense of our approach on consultation, we took a very broad approach here. We did do an open house on November 9th, which I'm happy to take questions about. There was 70 people or so in attendance at that meeting. And really what we heard from local people of interest was that there are some concerns and questions, and they're also interested in local benefits. So I'd like to talk about that. Next slide, please. And while property taxes are great, and while local employment is nice, they really want to see a community benefit fund. And so this is something that I've taken personally and have discussed with our team to provide a robust community benefit fund that we feel like represents the value that this brings. We're proposing a community benefit fund of $150,000 every single year throughout the term of the contract. So that is about 21 years. So that represents over $3 million of direct community benefits on top of about $4 million of property taxes. This community benefit fund could be used for a wide variety of measures and will likely best be managed locally by local resources, whether that's upgrades to the Goleta Center, whether that's upgrades to different senior services, rural sports programs, or a number of different local initiatives that honestly you know better than myself. I think with that, that's probably my time. Thank you so much.
Very efficient. Thank you very much, Will. Don't move. We might have question for you. So
Thanks, Chair.
Councilor Kelly.
I just want to thank you. You've, I think, made a decent effort at addressing some of the concerns that you heard at your public meeting, particularly on the community benefit fund. That was everybody's first question, really, at the public meetings that I saw, and there was, I get that these developers are used to filling in a lot of these blanks at the site plan stage, but with the nature of these projects and how new they are and how new this technology is, I think it was important to come armed with that information. And so I still think it's late. I wish you had come with that information a lot earlier, because right now I believe we just really got those details yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, on the fund and how you were thinking on that. So this is something you're probably going to hear from me multiple times during this meeting, but I think it's a good start, but it's too late because it doesn't leave me as the counselor or us as counselors enough time to discuss that with our community members, what that means. And so I'm happy that you came to the table with those details, but we'll urge you to come earlier with those details next time. But I do want to thank you for your efforts in trying to fill those blanks for constituents since the public meeting. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for being here. Our next delegation is Mr. Raymond Lurie. And we have your presentation ready for you. We have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can we go to the next slide, please? So why are we here? Why is Electric Vehicle Council of Ottawa here? It's because we know something about batteries, and the batteries that are in EVs are the same batteries that are going to be in these battery systems, right? The one thing I want to emphasize here is obviously we support these projects. This is not the final permit, right? So as the city staff said earlier, they would like to change the regulation so that site plan is part of what needs to happen. And that at that point, that will allow the councillors to address some of the feedback that I've heard at some of the public sessions about these projects, right? Next slide, please. So why do we support the motion? Well, like someone said earlier, the electricity demand is growing. It's growing because the population is growing. It's also growing because we need to electrify everything to get rid of greenhouse gases. So we need lots more electricity. For Ottawa, it's probably between 50 and 100% by 2050. That's a long time down the road, but things have a tendency to happen faster than what we think. So we need more capacity, right? So if we don't do that, what will happen is we'll have brownouts and we'll have more frequent outages, right? From our perspective, when we look at the batteries, we were actually somewhat surprised to see that people were concerned about the batteries because we see the risk specifically of the LFP batteries, so lithium iron phosphate, as being quite low. Okay, and one of the advantages of this project is that it will reduce or contribute to reduce or keep low electricity prices. Next slide, please. So what are the options? So bottom line is we're going to have more demand in the Ottawa area, right? So how do we solve that? There's really three different options. The first option is more transmission lines, and you're probably aware that people, particularly in rural areas, don't want to have transmission lines around their where they live, right? They're also very expensive. They take a long time to permit, so having capacity by 2028 will probably not be possible. The second possibility is essentially a local gas plant. So what the ISO is looking for is dispatchable capacity, and the only real option that I could see aside from these batteries is to have a local gas plant, which I think we all agree we would like to avoid. So the only option left then is battery storage, right? And it's the least cost option by quite a margin. So next slide, please. So the risks, no project is risk-free, and I could understand that people who don't know the technology would have questions as to fire safety and all that. So I think it's a good idea to respond to people and inform them as to what the situation is, right? But like I said earlier, the LFP batteries are very safe. You could drive a nail through a battery and nothing will happen. If you look at other facilities that are in our communities right now, there are many other facilities that are much more risky. Gas station is the example I use here. From my perspective and what I know of these systems, the riskiest component of this is a substation. It's not the batteries. Because the substations have transformers, and the transformers can have some problems, and they could catch on fire if the problem is severe enough, right? Again, I think the city staff has made it pretty clear that there's no free pass for these guys. All these components have to be certified. There's regulation, there's standards that are applied to all of these, so they have to be certified to make sure that they meet the very stringent electrical code. And the other point there is that if there was to be a fire, the promoter would have a large cost, right? So there's a very strong incentive for them to avoid fires because it will be costly to them. So if you look at the enclosures, the example here, each of the enclosures would be in the multi-million-dollar range. So if you lose one of these, that's a lot of money, and it might prevent you from being able to meet your obligations. So next slide, please. So what is there for the community? It's already been discussed somewhat there. So employment is one thing, and mostly during construction. It's the least expensive way of increasing capacity. So in fact, because we would be using cheap or electricity we would otherwise waste overnight and store it in the battery to transmit during the day, it should result in a reduction in the price of electricity. So I'll skip the other things there, but again, I want to emphasize that this is not the final approval. This is just right. So this is not the final approval, and that's what I wanted to conclude with. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any question?
I just wanted to clue in or zero in on the type of batteries that you're mentioning. I do remember you from the first public meeting at Evolution, and you sat just behind me to my left.
Yes, I was there. Yeah.
And I applaud you for, I know that was a room that wasn't too favorable to this project, and you stood up and spoke in favor of it. So I applaud that. And I understand that they were discussing lithium ion phosphate that evening. But you did say that, I think you had mentioned that all of the projects were lithium ion phosphate. Do you know that for sure? My understanding is that some of them haven't even zeroed in on the exact technology that they're going to be using.
Yeah, so two things there. I've confirmed with two of the proponents that it's lithium iron phosphate. And also, if you look at from a logical economic point of view, it would make no sense for them to deploy anything else because they're safer, they last longer, and they cost less, right? So it just wouldn't make any sense for them to deploy anything else. Now, going forward, there may be a possibility by the time these are deployed that we would have sodium ion batteries that would be available for that, right? So that's something they may want to consider, but right now LFP would be the obvious choice.
Do you live in a rural area?
No, I don't. No.
Because I know a couple people have mentioned today, well, providing the municipal support resolution doesn't mean that you're approving the project per se. But it does help get that project approved. And I know you've been at least at one of the public meetings, and just wondering if it was you that lived across from the property where they're proposing, certainly the one on Homesteaders, which is would be a massive system. Would those answers have been good enough for you before your councillor gave support for a municipal support resolution?
So I'd say absolutely yes. There's setbacks requirements, there's all sorts of stuff, and given what the city wants to do, city staff said they want to do in terms of making these projects having to go through a site plan process. So that would give you, the councillors and residents, an opportunity to give some feedback and make sure that there's been concerns about lighting and about sound. So that would give you an opportunity to put in measures that would resolve that, right?
And I guess just the last comment on that. So thank you for answering the questions. I get the sense that when it comes to site plan stuff that we normally talk about, I'm on the Planning and Housing Committee along with at least one of my colleagues on this committee. Where you put the bike rack, or whether this shrub is going to stay or go, or how much is going to be parking lot versus how much is going to be grass. I see those as site plan discussions, whereas some of the details that we have here, I don't see them as being appropriate for site plan, certainly not at the stage that these systems are at relatively in their infancy, let's say. So that's just my comment that I think some of these questions could have and should have been answered in more detail at this stage before we provide support.
Yeah, so just a small comment here. So I know you're frustrated with the amount of time that, how long it took to get stuff going. I think your frustration should be directed towards the IESO, because the IESO really didn't give these promoters much time to get their stuff in order, so they were rushed to do stuff, right? Doesn't excuse not consulting people, but they were really rushed to get this done.
Thank you very much. That's all for me.
Councilor Brown.
Thank you very much, Chair. Raymond, I just wanted to say thank you for coming. I always enjoy listening to your presentations. You come very well researched, you're very well spoken, and you're always very calm when responding to questions from committee. So I just wanted to say thank you very much for coming out today.
You're welcome. Thank you, Councilor Brown. I have a quick question. Through your presentation, you highlighted that those batteries are free risk. Can you collaborate a little bit more?
So no battery is completely without risk. That being said, so you may have heard of EVs having battery fires, right? So that's mostly a problem with the older chemistry of EV batteries. So NMC in particular, nickel, manganese, cobalt chemistries. My two EVs have that chemistry in there, and some of them, if you breach the container, they will spontaneously combust, because when oxygen is in contact with the electrolytes, it will start a fire. Okay, so with the LFP batteries, that is not the case. You could drive a nail, like I said earlier, into the battery and it won't cause any problem, right? So they're quite a bit safer than the other ones, but it doesn't mean that it's impossible that they'll have a fire. But again, the other thing there is putting out a fire with LFP batteries just means putting a lot of water on it. With the older chemistry, if you stop putting water, the fire starts again, right? Yeah. With the LFP, that doesn't happen. If you cool down the batteries enough, the fire is ended and you're done. Okay.
Thank you. I was intrigued by the risk-free, so I just want to ask that and clarify that comment. So thank you.
I said low risk, not risk-free. Okay.
I just want to make sure.
Sorry.
I heard you right. Thanks. Yeah. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
For So next one, we have Jacqueline Cunningham from Cafe. And we have your presentation here. You have 5 minutes. Thank you for coming.
Oh, it's on. Thank you very much. I had good morning, but good afternoon, it seems. I thank you all for hearing our presentations today. Next slide. As you can see, I'm here on behalf of Cafes. I'm the climate program coordinator. So I help to support the network members engage on issues that they deem important when it relates to the climate, and energy resiliency and renewable energy projects are of interest to Cafes. Next slide, please. So just a summary of this presentation. I'll provide some context. I'll outline a brief discussion of how these systems solve more than one problem, and then just conclude with Cafe's recommendations. Next slide, please. So as we know, in 2020, Council approved the Climate Change Master Plan and adopted short, mid, and long-term greenhouse gas reduction targets. So Ottawa, in a sense, has committed to do our part in the context of the energy transition. And so we now know these utility scale storage facilities that the ISO's confident in deploying, and their main objective is to keep our grid reliable and affordable for us all to enjoy. And they're at the stage of wanting to now deploy these. Next slide, please. This probably reiterates what you've already heard today, but this would be a unique opportunity at this moment in time because we know that our city is growing, the demand for energy is growing, and that we also know that some important nuclear plants are coming offline to the grid, and that the ISO is projecting a shortfall of electricity at peak demand in the near future. And so with them deeming these projects feasible, it would present a solution to more than one problem. It would help us solve the projected shortfall of electricity during those peak demand times when electricity demand is high, but it would additionally help with the deployment of more renewables to the grid, as it solves the known intermittency issue with those sources, and which would be needed to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions and meet those targets. Next slide, please. Yeah, so these projects would kind of touch on these three objectives, which would be energy resiliency. There's an affordability component to energy in this as well, which would be part of housing affordability. And I think from what I've tried to understand, storing low cost energy at night when and deploying it when we need it sounds like a good idea. And I've heard from others as well that, you know, it sounds like a good idea, right? So providing affordable energy to the grid would speak to housing affordability as well, especially if you're, you know, paying rent and utilities along with that cost. And then the last point is just the reminder of net zero by 2050. So the last slide here is
Can you hear them, Monica?
Cannot hear.
Mr. Chair or Mr. Clerk, we seem to have lost everyone on your feed. I don't know if you can hear us, but it's just the attendees that are left.
I wonder if we should turn off and turn on again to the Zoom.
No, they're working on it right now.
Okay,
I just let them
thank
know.
you.
Yeah, no
Thank you.
problem. Sorry, I'm in the same position as you. Here we are.
Yeah,
Lost in space together.
and I just have like 1 minute of talk, and I've been here since 9, so it's
I'm looking forward to what you have to
9:30.
say. Yeah. Don't waste it on me. I mean, we've got
I
everybody
have the
else.
whole day, and I had to get to the point just 5 minutes before, and I get up.
They're working on it. I mean, I suppose I could entertain you and play you some music, but
That's fine. Oh, here we go. See more people.
I think Emma's waiting to speak on this item as well. And here we are.
Okay.
Hi, Emma.
Hi.
Hi there.
All the jokes I know are terrible dad jokes. So I don't know if it's entertaining you.
Yeah.
So I've just been informed that we are still live on YouTube. So hello to everybody on YouTube. Staff are working to reestablish the connection with the room. So just hang out for a minute. On travaille tellement fort maintenant de assurer qu'on peut continuer le rencontre. Alors,
So we have to wait a little bit for a reconnection to the room. Our technicians are helping us, so we're still live on YouTube. Please be patient.
For the online participants, please note that there's been a brief interruption of online connectivity at Ben Franklin Place, and the meeting will be resuming shortly.
Thanks so
you.
much.
Test 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
We can hear you.
Thank you, Councillor.
I guess now is as good a time as any to give a shout out to our great technical staff who work very hard to ensure that these meetings run as smoothly as possible. This does not happen very often, so thank you to everybody working so hard to get us back up and running again. And thank you for your patience to people that have been waiting since 10 in the morning. Madam Deputy Clerk, we can now see the table.
What's that?
Just to give you an update, Monica and Emma and everybody waiting out there in YouTube land, members are now returning and we will begin shortly.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start in about 1 minute. This is your 1 minute warning.
Yeah. We cannot have a better.
So Jacqueline, you don't have to repeat the presentation. We're gonna go right to questions. 1 second, just for the getting this laptop up and running. Okay, sorry about that. We apologize, technology challenges, but thank you very much to give us a quick small break. Jacqueline, thank you very much for your presentation. Before you move, I want to see if any member of the committee have question for you. Thank you very much, and we appreciate that. Mr. Bill Anderson. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. You got 5 minutes. The floor is yours. It's okay. At Agricultural Affairs Committee, we're very flexible.
Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me to address ARAC at today's meeting. My name is Bill Anderson. I have lived and worked in the Fitzroy Harbor area for over 40 years. I attended both public meetings in Fitzroy Harbor for the Armpar Bass, which was on the 9th of November, and the Fitzroy Bass, which was 8 days earlier. And the first one was hosted by Evolution, and were about 85 people who attended this presentation about this mammoth 250 megawatt bass. We listened politely to what the speaker had to say. A Q&A session followed. There were questions and comments from at least 15 people, maybe closer to 20. One person spoke in favor of bass, 1 out of 20. Evolution proposal wishes to install 290 tractor-trailer size steel boxes filled with lithium battery technology on 14 acres of land on an 8-acre parcel. It would be one of the largest bass projects in the world. And Evolution has no experience building a bass project of this size. It doesn't exactly inspire confidence. Many questions were asked about fire safety, the scale, likely plummeting property values, the effect on people and livestock and the environment. Answers were lacking in detail, lacking in certainty and lacking in clarity. And the audience had several legitimate concerns that were not addressed properly. At the November 9th meeting, there was about 70 people or so, and 10 of us were also at the first meeting, so there wasn't a lot of crossover. The second meeting consisted more of the farming community who had some very legitimate concerns. Once again, 15 or 20 people posed questions, addressed the mic. At this meeting, no one spoke in support of the bass project for Armpar Bass. Both proponents assured us that if built, there would be 24/7 monitoring on the sites. That's not on-site monitoring, that's remote. Evolution was going to monitor from their Gatineau office. And the other company was going to monitor either from Toronto apparently or the US. Evolution also stated that fire risks were very low, but could happen if certain precautions were not taken. And for instance, human error. And BESS fires really are not all that rare. And I know that technology has improved, but nevertheless, Arizona has several small BESS facilities. And since 2017, they've had about 50 fire events. The most serious happened in July of 2020 when there was an explosion. There was an explosion at a 2 megawatt site, and that's less than 1% the size of the proposed one in Fitzroy Harbor, and severely injured 9 responders. Investigation was done and on the safety, and it was recommended that BESS facilities in future be built farther away from populated areas. In July of 21, a huge fire erupted at a BESS facility in Victoria, Australia, while workers were actually testing a giant lithium battery pack. The fire burned for 4 days and 4 nights. It was attended by 150 firefighters. The strategy seems to be to let the fire burn itself out while trying to control the spread. Last August, a fire broke out at a 20 megawatt BESS facility in upstate New York, Lyme, New York. It's about 8% of the size of the Fitzroy BESS. It was handled by a volunteer fire department, and once again, they monitored the fire as it burned out over the 4 days and 4 nights. In January of 23, Prince Edward County Council and the Picton area voted down a BESS proposal that was the same lithium technology that Evolution wants to install in Fitzroy BESS. The council cited unacceptable risks in the storage of large lithium batteries as the reason for the no vote. Our community has legitimate and justifiable concerns about lack of accountability. What happens if damage is irreparable? If something happens, who would be liable? The farm community in Fitzroy is very concerned about the 2 BESS proposals in our area, and rightfully so. Their livelihood is at stake. I would like to just mention here very briefly a letter that I came across that was written from Energy Minister Todd Smith on December 23rd, 2022 to Leslie Gallinger, who is President and CEO of IESO. The minister writes, "Our government recognizes that the support from local communities is vital to new build energy projects and expects proponents to engage local communities to seek their support for proposed projects." Well, they engaged us at those 2 meetings, and 1 person out of 30 who spoke was in favor. He also goes on to say that the elected council's support needs to be obtained. It is quite evident that the Fitzroy Harbor and area community overwhelmingly does not support the Fitzroy BESS or Armpire BESS proposals. Any benefits of these proposals are totally eclipsed by the potential hazards. Our absolute unshakable desire and expectation is that ARAC and the Ottawa City Council will respect the wishes of the majority of stakeholders in our area and reject these 2 BESS proposals and refuse to give either of them municipal support resolutions.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. We appreciate it. Before you move, I have to see if members have questions. I think Councilor Kelly have question for you.
Not so much a question. This is just one of the more interesting parts about being the West Carleton March counselor, is that I get to hear a delegation from my grade 8 teacher. So I want to thank you, Mr. Anderson, as I'll probably always call you Mr. A or Mr. Anderson. Yeah. I appreciate you coming out both to the public meetings and to this meeting, and the engagement that you've shown throughout this process. It's obvious to me that, you know, you're a reasonable, thoughtful, intelligent person who has legitimate concerns. And I appreciate that you've respectfully and thoroughly explained those concerns today. So I just have one question for you, given that you are under a 5-minute constraint. Is there anything else that you want to say to the committee before we let you sit down?
Well, I was looking at item 10 on your agenda here and open mic, but I forgot to bring my guitar. So I'm sorry I can't.
That's okay.
Help you out there.
We'll get Monsieur Gerard here for
thank you.
For a
give
delegation.
my regards to Tim Tierney. He's also a former student of mine. So
oh,
thank you.
Wow.
Mr. Anderson, I have a question.
Yes.
Just if so, if I'm understanding, and thank you for the presentation and the entertainment, but too bad we're gonna miss on it. But my question to you, I know you've been to both public consultation
Yes, I have.
and you engaged also with the
Yes.
applicant, but I don't. From what I'm understanding, what I'm hearing from you, you're not opposed to the technology. You're actually
No, not at all.
opposed. You're-
They're
Just want to make sure your thought is clear.
totally in
So I'll give you a
accordance
few
with the
minutes to highlight on that
Yeah.
one. So go ahead. So you're opposing the location?
I'm
not-
not opposing location only. This is a very highly competitive process. And just to kind of follow the money here, like who stands to make the most money from these proposals? It's certainly not the people of Fitzroy Harbor. Certainly not. We never asked for this. Okay. But if you think about it, and one thing that the two companies who want to build these, they were very upfront in the presentations about why they chose Fitzroy Harbor. They chose Fitzroy Harbor because of the site of the grid wires. Okay. High voltage, large capacity. Building them on flat farmland, close to the lines, they would save a ton of money. In other words, and they're very upfront about saying their businesses, so it would increase their profits. And that's why they want that area. There are many, many communities, I'm sure. Napanee, for one, has just accepted one back in July, approved it. There are many other communities throughout Ontario who would love to have these projects, love to have them. So maybe the proponents should focus their attention on people who are willing to get them. But in two public meetings, when one person out of 30 speaks in favor, that's not a good batting average at all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next presenter is Emma Bidder. I think she's online. I can see. Go ahead, Emma. You have 5 minutes.
Hi, yeah, it's Bider, just for future reference, but thank you so much for inviting me to speak today. Thank you, Eric, Timothy, for hearing me out. Can you hear me okay? Okay. So I'm speaking today as a resident, and I'm here to voice my support for granting the 4 best project municipal support resolution requests. I ask council to see these projects as opportunities that can provide safe and clean energy to communities across Ottawa and can benefit us in the long term by reducing our reliance on costly and polluting energy sources like gas. Best projects are new to Ottawa, and I think there's been a lot of questions related to their newness in this area, but they're quite common in other places. One place that they have been for a long time actually is Fairbanks, Alaska. They've had a huge, massive battery energy storage system providing them emergency energy since 2003 to ensure that their grid is reliable in an extreme area like the Arctic Circle. Not an easy place to provide energy reliability, but certainly maybe a better comparison for Ottawa than maybe other places south of the border. More recently, BESSes have been integral in helping Portugal's national electric system run entirely on sun, wind, and hydropower, for 6 days in the fall. And they were able to make enough energy through that process to actually export it to Spain. So I know that these are faraway examples, but I am offering them just to show councillors that these systems have both a history of reliability and also have an exciting future in our energy production here in Ottawa. I went to a community meeting with one of the best proponents in Fitzroy Harbor, and what I heard clearly was that people deeply care about where they live. They're very concerned about maintaining their way of life. They want to make sure that the community benefits outweigh the risks. And certainly, I think that is critical. I also love where I live. And we know that the use of dirty energy has been emitting heat traffic pollution into the atmosphere, which causes our planet to overheat, leads to these irreversible damages that we've already seen in Ottawa in the form of tornadoes, flooding, extreme heat, and smog that makes it impossible to go out and enjoy our homes, leaving them outside of our green spaces. So BESSes can store energy from renewable sources. They reduce the cost of energy from surges in demand. And certainly those will happen more often. I don't know how many of us ever thought that we'd have our air conditioners blasting that first or second week of September, but that happened most recently. The BESSes are a concrete step to reducing our dependence on dirty energy. So I think granting these MSR requests will most importantly ensure that the places that we love can be protected from these climate change impacts for us and for those who want to enjoy them in the future. So thank you again for hearing me out, and once again encourage councillors to follow the staff recommendations on this item. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emma. Let's see if there is a question for you here. Well, thank you very much. We appreciate the presentation. Again, I apologize about the spelling of your last name. So next is Judy Mackin. Thank you for being here. You got 5 minutes.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Judy Macon, and I'm here as a rural resident for over 30 years in West Carleton March in Ward 5. Why should you listen to me when you've got all these wonderful experts surrounding you? As my hardworking councillor Kelly knows, I'm involved in too many probably volunteer boards and committees in my community. I'm not speaking on behalf of any one of them, but I have to say in particular, my work as a founding member of West Carleton Disaster Relief has opened my eyes to the implications of climate-related disasters. I attended the meeting in Fitzroy Harbour on November 1st. I was there really to learn more about this. It sounded like a really brilliant idea. Despite waving my hand for the entire question period, I was not chosen. I would have spoken in support. I was very dismayed by the kind of NIMBY, we'll call them NIMBY arguments that I heard. And there's been a lot of misinformation circulating on social media since then. According to my research, I've done what I can. I'm not an expert. I'm a retired psychologist. I don't know much about engineering, but the fears about wildfires, I believe, are unfounded and overblown. And I agree that this was not at all well answered by Evolution. I must tell you, though, there's a far greater risk of fire in the rural areas of Ottawa, and that is the risk of wildfires. And I think you probably read the 4-page article in the Citizen last Saturday that outlined what happens during an out-of-control wildfire. And the unprecedented number of wildfires that crossed Canada in almost every province this year. So this, in my view, is a very real threat, and this is related to climate change. And what happens during an out-of-control wildfire, as you know, hydro poles burn, hydro lines come down, power is out for not just days, but sometimes weeks. And there's a direct link between the unprecedented weather changes we're seeing and the windstorms and these unprecedented, aren't you getting tired of that word? Unprecedented number of wildfires. And it's clear that we're now in climate change. We just have to think back to the water, air quality and the crazy weather we've been having. It is here now. What do rural residents do in a power outage? Well, self-included, we haul out our gas-fired generators, right? And we have gas stored in every property probably across the city. And I think that kind of gasoline is probably a much higher risk of fire than batteries in a steel container. In terms of benefits to the community, according to Ontario Power Generation, a similar size 250 megawatt proposal in Napanee is described as storing enough power to run 250,000 homes for 4 hours. That's the entire west end or south end or east end of Ottawa. That's what proposals such as the best Fitzroy Harbour could do. If we experience the heat dome that BC experienced 2 years ago, our grid cannot sustain the demand for air conditioning. we would lose lives. So that clearly is a benefit to the community if we can expand our grid. We all know this is a climate emergency, and as our young people tell us, there's no more time for blah, blah, blah. We must act. We must decarbonize the grid. And to help you make your decision, I really want you to think about connecting some dots. I want you to think about connecting climate change, severe weather, power outages, electrification, and grid capacity. I think if you connect those dots, you're going to see that we need to try something new. The best proposals before you, I believe, are one step in that right direction. And agreed, they need safety restrictions, et cetera. All that needs to follow. I think we all agree on that. What are our other alternatives? A new gas pipeline through the city, nuclear plant. You know, there's lots of, you know, ugly solar farms. Do we want more of those? Wind farms? I think not. Anyway, all those other alternatives are just as unpopular. So I urge you to show some real leadership to the city and support this resolution. Thank you.
5 minutes, perfectly. Thank you very much, Judy. I want to see if there is a question for you. I think Councilor Kerrigan, go ahead.
Yeah, 5 minutes. Judy's a pro. It's true. She's on so many different boards and involved in so many initiatives in Ward 5. So, Judy, I think you've seen my previous comments about the best proposals that we're currently looking at, and I know you're supportive of them. And I think we have a meeting coming up maybe next week with a group of constituents in West Carleton March who are supportive of these. And I look forward to meeting with you guys and talking about how we can work together to, you know, get the information that I think is necessary for people in our community to feel like they've been supported and had their questions answered in a meaningful way. And I will again state that, you know, a typical development, some of the things that are pushed off to the site plan stage, I think is appropriate. But in this case, I don't think it was. And so all that to say, I've been clear about my position on these, is that I do agree that storing power overnight at low peak, power that we would normally sell off at a loss, I imagine, to other jurisdictions, to strengthen our grid is a tremendous idea. But I also would like to see a process undertaken that you know really shows respect for the community, gives all of us the time we need to explore the concerns and explore the potential solutions or mitigations for those concerns. So in the future, I look forward to working with you on that, and applicants and other members of our community who are supportive. So I think we can achieve that in the future, and I'm committed to doing that. So thank you for being here today, and thank you for being so involved in our community.
Thank you, Clark.
Thank you. And thank you very much. I see no more question. We appreciate your being here. Thank you very much. Now, next presenter is Monica Brewer. I think Monica's online. I can see her.
Yes. I would like to speak in favor of supporting these batteries for our community. I am a rural resident of Ward 20, and I would not have known anything about these large batteries until about a month ago. I've been reading extensively and have attended several meetings. And I really, really feel as a rural resident that we have to move forward with these new technologies. I do not trust the grid. In the last 2 years, we have numerous outages. The previous speaker spoke about generators. That's what my neighbors have all gone out and gotten, these diesel generators, which pollute, are very, very loud and very expensive for people. Most people cannot afford to have them. When we don't have electricity, there's numerous inconveniences. People get sick from the heat. In the cold, it's also extremely dangerous. We lose food, our nerves, mental health gets affected, and a lot of damage to our properties from our sump pumps, which after a few hours start damaging bringing water and flooding into our basements. It's super important that we do not delay these decisions. And these batteries are a proven solution. It's a modern solution. We need to look at this. I attended the meeting in Manotick, and I must say Evolution was better prepared. I think they really spent over half an hour explaining how they prevent fires, how the containers are self-contained. They have all sorts of preventive measures. The fact that you have more containers in some areas than others is not as big of a concern because the fires are contained and they're extremely rare. I think we need to trust the technology that we're there now, and we need to start thinking that having the ability to have the energy available when the grid goes down, and it's going to happen more often. We do not trust the grid at this point. We've had so many outages in our area. I have to say that I really urge the councillors and this committee to approve these projects. The companies are willing to give money on an annual basis to the community for the inconvenience. I asked about noise. I asked about water pollution. And most of these projects are out of the way of the people. There is a lot of protection around the area. I think people have to get really informed. Anything that's new is scary, and myself, I do not like new things in my neighborhood either. However, I really urge people to read about this and to trust it. And I trust the councillors to go forward with new technology to protect the people so we can have electricity available to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Monica. A question? I just I want to thank you actually for being here today, and I understand, and I did receive your email, but my question to you will be, I understand and I agree with you with everything you said. People don't like new things on their community, and then you highlighted that, but for me my question to you will be, is it wise on our city councillors as community leader and making sure that we're listening to our community, putting those technology and those batteries randomly without understanding the risk and what they bring into the water table and what they bring to the risk that they come with them?
So I can only tell you, Councillor, that I asked many people. I've been reading the reports, and I think the safety is there. Nothing is 100%, but you are comparing this. We need to do something, because what we have right now is not going to support us for the next 20 years. And so when you compare to other things, and when you think of the risk of having no electricity, and I do think that we have the information right now to make these decisions. And we have to be aware that the safety is not up to us, the citizens or the councillors. There are multiple engineers and the IESO and all sorts of regulations that the technology has to meet. And these companies, I actually like this local Evolution company, because yes, they're in Gatineau, but that's right next to us here. And they've been in Canada for, I believe, 48 years. They operate 40-some electrical generating power plants. So, I don't know. I mean, it comes down to trust, but it also comes down to believing that doing nothing and delaying these projects is going to be painful to all of us. And they have to go in rural areas somewhere, and they have to be near to the transmission lines. Maybe maybe we can debate where they go, but to say no to these projects is, I believe, a mistake.
No, thank you, and I appreciate it. And my question was to say to you, like, we agree with you, and we need to, as a city councillor and as a community, to assess each project on the merits and where are they located and what's the impact and what risk bring to the community. So those are my comment, but thank you very much, and I totally agree with you. And that's why we're not saying no, but we're saying we need to look at each application individually to making sure we're making the right decision and what kind of risk we're also bringing to our community. Because as municipality and as a city of Ottawa, our responsibility, if anything happened today or in the future, to provide water to the rural resident. And even though they are on private services, there is so many risks and there is so many compound risk actually not highlighted. So we appreciate that, but thank you very much for being here with us this morning. Next is Shirley Dolan, and after Shirley will be Jennifer Balcom. Shirley, that's not your first time here. I'm sure you know the rules. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, councillors. This has been a very interesting discussion, debate. I'm going to focus on maybe some things that have not been touched on yet. One of the things that I wanted to touch on was that power generated from BESS is for 4 hours. 4 hours. So you can't get any more than that out of a BESS. Would be nice if we could, but it's for 4 hours only. Now, typically our brownouts last longer than 4 hours, and so then the gas plants kick in. Ontario's gas plants always stand at the ready when there is this valley in production of energy. So it's not uncommon for a brownout to last more than 4 hours, and in some times, maybe a couple of days. So even if we introduce many, many batteries, we will never be able to replace the need for gas plants. Portugal was mentioned. They understand the importance of gas plants. They do have gas plants, and yes, they were able to survive an outage for probably 4 hours, but they do have gas plants as well. So it's very well understood, I think, worldwide that we will always have to have gas plants to smooth out those valleys and peaks, as long as we have unreliable and intermittent wind power. Another thing, if I could have the next slide, please. Another thing I'd like to talk about is, this is from Powering Ontario's Growth, which was produced by the provincial government July 2023. I think that the GHG emissions are important, but maybe they should not be the driver for our decisions on whether we have battery technology or not. If we look at this pie chart here, the emissions from our electricity system are at 2%. So I think that's pretty darn good. We are doing better than many other municipalities. If I could have the next slide, please. BESS failures are maybe more frequent than we think. There is a worldwide database, and I would invite everyone to visit it and just see where these failures are and how many there are. Since September 2011, there have been 85, 68 BESS and 17 other. The last one reported was on the 1st of October 2023. And then there were 3 failures in September 2023. So one of the fire people that was at one of these fires said that with our training, when a battery gets involved, we are directed to not actively extinguish that fire. We are to let that battery burn and protect the exposures around. So I've looked at a number of those incidences, and We can talk about new battery technology. I haven't really had the chance to look into the ion ferrous phosphate, I think they're called. So I don't know, perhaps they are safer, but what happens with the other ion batteries is sometimes people are asked to shelter in place, and sometimes they're evacuated. So I think we should keep that in mind. Also in the rural area, we have a volunteer, an excellent volunteer fire brigade, but I'm not sure whether or not they are trained to manage this type of fire, what it would take to get them up to speed on that, whether they have the right equipment, and if they have to be there for a day or 2 or 3 or 4, then what else does that pull them away from? And what protections do they have to ensure that they're safe? Just one more item. One of the top 10 things that Ontario said is keeping costs down. And I have not seen a cost benefit analysis. And I know people are saying that if we introduce these batteries, they will save money, but I would like to see the case for that. I'm not convinced. With so many proponents stepping up and saying, I'd like to do this, sounds to me like there might be a lot of money involved. Thank you so much, and I appreciate you being so engaged in this.
Thank you very much, Shirley. I really appreciate you being here. Question?
Quick question, quick comment.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you, Shirley. Shirley's another extremely dedicated member of our community, and you will have not seen her for the last time, I imagine. And this probably isn't the first time you've seen her. So thank you, Shirley, for being here today. And when it comes to the fires, I'm happy to see that the fire chief's here today, and I think we'll all have some questions for him in a bit. Certainly, I'm going to follow up on some of the questions that you've posed in your statements. But I do think it's important to recognize that in the rural areas, it's served entirely by volunteer firefighters. And this is something that the chief can probably clarify later, but I don't know what the total number of firefighters in our ward is. I would say it's probably 120 to 150, something in that range. And like many of my constituents, I've been doing research on incidents in the past, and the number of firefighters and the number of days that it takes to keep these under control. I do think that it would cause a lot of stress to our local fire crews, and I think that would spill into the city as well. So thank you for bringing that up, and I will follow up with the chief on some of those questions.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kelly. And yes, we have the chief here. He dedicated his day with us today because we have lots of questions for him later. And I'm sure you'll probably hear some of the answers. But thank you for being here.
Thank you very much.
Our next delegation is Jennifer Balcom. She's online and I can see you. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just thank you to the committee and the city staff for providing the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm grateful for the work that you do on behalf of the residents of Ottawa. My name is Jennifer Balcom, and I'm here to urge you to recommend that the council support the 4 proposed BEST projects. This is my first time ever delegating, so I'm super nervous, but yay, democracy. I'm not a scientist or an engineer, and I'm not representing any organization. I am just your neighbor. I took time off work to be here today because I care about Ottawa, about our communities, and about my friends and neighbors. So much about the future looks scary. We can no longer pretend that climate change isn't happening or that the impacts will be far in the future. But the scariest part to me is that no one seems to be doing enough to prepare us for what's coming. This past summer, Ottawa was choked by the smoke from wildfires in Quebec and Ontario. We were hammered by golf ball size hail and high winds, downpours and floods, and even tornadoes as storm after storm rolled through. My home and car were damaged by the hail, and my street, which is on high ground and never floods, flooded. We were fortunate that our power stayed on, but many of my friends endured multiple outages this past year, some lasting days or even more than a week. This chaos from extreme weather is only going to get worse. So it's clear to me that we need a reliable, resilient power grid that can withstand these storms and keep the lights on. That's why I'm actually excited about these proposed BESSes. Here's something positive that we can actually do. Energy storage is exactly what we need to strengthen our power grid and deliver the reliable electricity that we need. And as a bonus, BESSes like the 4 proposed projects are very well suited to manage power from intermittent sources like wind and solar. The energy transition is happening. The world is retiring fossil fuels and moving to clean, renewable sources of power. I don't want Ottawa to be a so-called late adopter in this transition. Back in the 1990s, and I'm dating myself a little bit here, but my dad held off on buying music on CDs because he was convinced that digital audio tapes, or DATs, would be the more popular format after records and tapes. And if you've never heard of DATs, you can guess that that didn't work out very well for him. Somebody that has heard of them, thank you. By the time my dad realized that the world had chosen CDs over DATs, CD players were sold out and hard to come by. The point here is that I want Ottawa to be well positioned for the energy sector of the future. I want our labor force to have the skills and knowledge to build and maintain the infrastructure we'll need. I want our power grid to be ready to manage electricity generated from renewable sources. It's also well known that electricity from renewable sources is now cheaper than burning fossil fuels. In the middle of an affordability crisis, I want Ottawa's ratepayers to have access to that cheaper power. People with concerns about BESSes ask really good questions. They care about their communities as much as I do. And I agree that the proponents of these projects should provide clear and fulsome responses to their questions so that we all have the information that we need. Ultimately, fossil fuels are the past and renewables are the future, and Ottawa should be out in front, not struggling to catch up. Approving these BESSes now will help ensure that the City of Ottawa and its workers, residents, and ratepayers are ready for the future. If we can give space to malls and hockey arenas and Amazon warehouses and spend hundreds of millions of dollars on Lansdowne, which might not have been my choice, surely we can approve these 4 BESSes that will provide such great benefits to the people of Ottawa. It's time to say yes to BESSes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. And we appreciate you took the time off today and to be with us today. It's a long day for yourself, but this is an important topic and it's an important subject to our community. So we appreciate you taking the time to address and to come and do the delegation for the Agricultural Affairs Committee. Any question? Thank you very much. We appreciate your input. And next is Mr. Rudy Axon. Mr. Rudy, you have 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you. I'm glad to have a chance to talk to people today. I hope you can hear me.
Yes,
Kelly, could you put up my slide, please? Thank you. Second one, please. Next page. Good. So my slide pretty much tells the story. I'm a rural resident of West Carleton on a well. I don't dismiss the concerns that I heard at the 2 meetings I attended in Fitzroy Harbor, because I know what that's like. In 1969, Gulf Oil managed to spill 200 gallons of stove oil on my lot here, and it took years and years and years of work to clean that nonsense up. These are real concerns. I also have to say that I think the proponents of these plans have done the very minimum to engage the community and to address what were really quite predictable concerns. And I'd like to sort of tip my hat to Councillor Clark, because he's on the one hand made it clear how inadequate some of these meetings and the preparation was, and also the fact that he's meeting with all sections of the community, because I think this is a case that calls for the engagement of all members of the community, not special interest groups, but everybody who's on the grid. Mr. Lurie and Ms. Cunningham have done a good job of expressing, of identifying the alternatives to the best solutions, and I agree with them completely. And they missed out, by the way, the possibility of creating a huge lake somewhere in Ottawa and pumping water uphill, so we can use that to run generators when the power's off. But otherwise, gasoline generators on every farm someone else mentioned. To me, the best is the best solution we know of now for safe, sustainable reserve power in West Carleton and Ottawa. Because we need to ensure a sustainable, stable, reliable power system. I'm sorry I haven't taken up 5 minutes, but that's what I have to say.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your presentation and thank you for taking the time. Any question?
Just very quick, Rudy, I appreciate the nuance with which you've approached this discussion. I had made mention, and when Judy was presenting, she talked about the misinformation that was floated around on social media about this, and in fact at some of the meetings. So that's not the majority of people. That's a small number of people, but I do appreciate your leadership, Rudy, on this, and just how reasonable and nuanced you've been, and understanding the concerns while also being supportive of the idea itself. So thank you very much.
Thank you,
Councillor Kelly, and thank you very much, Mr. Axum, for your presentation. Next, we do have Mr. Hudson, Bruce Hudson, and I have to say he's the president of Empire Region Federation of Agriculture. And so nice to see you on the screen this morning with us. And thanks for taking the time from your busy day farming to be here with us to address the committee of ARAC. Thank you very much, Bruce.
Thank you, George. And it is the afternoon, not the morning. I'll bring that up to you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on behalf of the farmers in West Carleton. The Empire region takes on Ward 5 of the city of Ottawa, so the Clerk, Councillor Kelly's ward. And the three of the best projects are within our catchment area. And so I think we want to respond to the fact that I think it's assumptions that farmland is easy to use. And again, it's a finite resource. We do understand that there's pros and cons to every project out there, but farmland being a finite resource and something that you and I rely on every day, from our businesses, from our grocery stores to our restaurants, is that the land that we grow our food on is probably the pretty easiest property to take advantage of in terms of projects like this. Now we aren't naive to the fact that we get some members throughout the province that will benefit from the scads and money that are thrown at them to put projects on their land. But there's very little consideration to the neighbors, the neighboring farmers, the neighboring property owners, in terms of the effects on that. And that's one of the biggest issues that we have in terms of that. We can allow maybe on some of the lower class land to maybe be used in some of these projects, but the preservation of class 1 to 4, which is the main food producing properties, is essential for us to continue to provide food across Ontario. And this is not just a local issue. This is a local, province-wide issue, maybe countrywide issue in terms of best projects. We had a recent resolution from Huron County to their AGM last week that wants to bring more conscious effort into site planning, into minimum distance separations. We have to build livestock barns that are a certain distance from our neighbors so that the smells and the issues don't affect them. So I think the same consideration should be given to us when new projects are brought into the area. The minimum distance separations are created that allows our neighbors to be least affected. And the whole issue of contamination and assurances and insurances that there won't be any issues for us to deal with down the road. And it's nice to see the projects built on day one. What about year 20? What's going to happen at that point? It's just going to be abandoned and this be an eyesore for the future generations to clean up on their own. So I don't think there's very little reference to what's going to happen to the projects post-retirement. I think that's part of it too. So I won't, a lot of the other issues on safety, yes, that's a concern, fire safety, but I think the general fabric of the rural economy has to be considered as well. And then something new. We'd love to see it maybe in industrial and commercial areas first to see how it's how it initiates and it's created within an area closer to the urban center. And then maybe let's see people really have a sense of what these projects actually do to the community, and maybe what advantages or disadvantages there are. So anyway, so please, we're at the OFA, our local federation of the farmers. We're open to technology. We're probably the first adapters of technology. That very easy, but we want to be part of the conversation and not have to come in after the fact. Anyway, appreciate your time, and congratulations for at least carrying through with some of your thoughts.
Thank you very much, Bruce. You have any question? Of course,
Sorry, it's
Councillor
the
Kelly.
big Ward 5 day.
Sure.
Thanks for being here, Bruce. You always come with a voice of authority when it comes to agricultural issues, and I'm really pleased that you were able to take the time and come and share that perspective today. And particularly on your questions around end of life, I do have the same questions that I will be posing to staff or one of the proponents later on in this meeting. So I will be raising that. If you're not able to be here, I'm happy to connect with you later on the answers. Given that there'll probably be a CBC news story about this today, so I'm sure we'll see you on CBC or hear you on CBC later. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Bruce, for being here, and really we appreciate you taking the time actually to address the committee. And there will be lots of concern and answers on the same line that what you are asking, and we'll be asking all these questions to staff and get clarification. And we do understand, and I get from your comment, you're not against the technology, but it's where we put it and how we implement those battery farms. It's very important. So, and we appreciate it, and we're hoping we're not taking any agricultural land to put any other plants or solar farm or anything on them. So we thank you for preserving and taking care of the land. So we appreciate it. Thanks for being here with us today.
Thanks, George.
Next is Mr. Mark McGowan, and he's here with us in the audience. You got 5 minutes. You go ahead.
Well, thanks for having me. I do have one slide I was going to throw up just to explain who I am. I'm a business owner in West Carleton, and I own McGowan's Christmas Tree Farm, and I have 15 days a year to make a living, but I chose to be here. So if you need a tree right now, Marcia's running her tail off at the farm. I'm also a retired technology executive, so I'm not afraid of new technology. Yet, I think the way this one has been handled has been quite interesting. I don't want to go through everything that's already been said, but I think, in 2005, actually, I was at a meeting in Goleta, a year after I bought my farm. I bought an empty piece of farmland and built houses and barns and started a business. There was a wind tower proposed for across the road from my farm, 250 meters away. And being in that position, I got the same feeling probably that a lot of West Carleton landowners have that are near these things, that my farm was under threat, my livelihood was under threat, the value of my property was under threat. I didn't know what to do. And I think what I've learned through that whole process and the conversations today, the conversations about, people going on the NIMBY path and everything else, we need to go green. We need to adopt these technologies. But my little guidance here and my ask of the councillors and the city employees here is to come up with ways to implement these things without having people and the technologies collide. I don't know how you do that. I'm not a city planner, and I'm certainly not a bylaw guy. Try to avoid bylaws wherever I can. But I think that's the order of the day. And I think if a community is going to accept something, then great, go for it. But if the community is against it, then I think that's another reason to say, you know what, maybe we need to look somewhere else. And that's basically the gist of my message. I'll leave it there.
Thank you very much, and we appreciate you taking the time to be here with us today. I think Councillor Kelly, I'm sure you have some comment or question for you.
Obviously, thank you for being here. I know that you've attended several public meetings on these as well. And much like some of my other constituents, you've approached this with, you know, a lot of nuance and just, you know, you're not just opposed to the technology altogether. So I would like to hear from a constituent like you who has, you know, skin in the game, for lack of a better term, and has some concerns on how they were approached this time around. What would you like to see in the future from the city, from the proponents, from the people involved in the conversation? How could everyone do better? And what would it take to get support from the community, in your opinion?
Well, I think, you know, I think you mentioned most of the things already, Clark. The idea of coming in early, explaining the technologies. Not everybody's a technologist like I am. And going to the extent of figuring out how you can, like, this is not new stuff. These guys know what they're going to hit when they come into community if they've done it before in other locations. So to me, you know, the message I got in one of the particular meetings was, well, you know what, we kind of hear you're unhappy with it, but we're going ahead with our proposal anyway. Yet I've seen other companies come into like Metcalfe or Prince Edward County, and they heard, well, the community isn't supportive of this, we're going to pull our proposal. So to me, that's the one of the big issues. The only other thing I would like to highlight is that, you know, we're hearing today as well of people saying, you know, Ottawa needs to adopt this. This is what we need to do. Don't agree with any of that. But somebody from urban Ottawa does not represent my community, right? So my community, there's a small number of people. Ward 5 kind of feels like they're under attack. We're the smallest ward in the city, and seems to be like the easiest place to drop this kind of stuff. And we're getting quite annoyed about that. And that was the message actually at the Goleta Community Association meeting I was at on Monday night.
Well, thanks again for being here, and I'll be by the next week or two to pick up my Christmas tree.
Look forward to it. Cheers. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Ms. McGowan. We appreciate your presentation. We give you back your afternoon, and you can go sell some more Christmas trees.
You bet.
Our next presenter is Mr. Ken Love. I'm sorry. Is it Ken Love or Ken Johnson? Okay. Thank you. You want to turn your mic on?
I'm Ken Love. I'm a resident of Ward 13, Somerset. There are 3 typos in my deck. I'll point them out as they come up. I'm going to go through the first slides fast because the early ones, because the most important ones are near the end. I'm here to ask you to approve staff recommendation number 1 to approve MSRs for all 4 BEST projects. I'm only going to talk about one of the many reasons, and that's necessity. We need this BEST storage just to maintain our grid. Without it, we'll get blackouts and brownouts. Also, you need to approve more than one of them to meet the cities of Ottawa's own commitments on BEST storage. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. The International Energy Agency says that advanced economies like ours need to have net zero electricity by 2035 if we want to stay below 1.5 degrees of warming. Next slide, please. The federal government has released their draft clean electricity regs. For them, we'll need 2,700 megawatts of battery storage by 2025 and just over 5,000 megawatts by 2030. Next slide, please. You know about the IESO already. They're in charge of our grid. Next slide, please. The IESO has determined that beginning in 2028, Ontario will require up to 2,500 megawatts of year-round capacity, and of that, 1,600 megawatts will need to be BESS storage, like the ones you're considering right now. Next slide, please. Let's turn to what the City of Ottawa has committed to. On the 24th of April, 2019, you passed a resolution declaring a climate emergency. My slide incorrectly states August. Next slide, please. But you did more than that. You committed to reducing emissions from the community by 43% from 2012 levels by 2025. And you committed to reducing those emissions by 68% by 2030. Next slide, please. Then, in October 2020, you did even more, and the most relevant thing to this issue. In the city's energy evolution, you stated that you will need 310 megawatts of battery storage by 2030. It's in black and white on page 45. It states you'll need approximately 122 large shipping containers of lithium batteries. The only thing I take issue with in that statement or in the staff report is the characterization of those BESS units as large shipping containers. They only are about the same size of a shipping container. Beyond that, there's not much in common. They're extremely sophisticated with venting and fire prevention systems. Next slide, please. Now let's turn to the 4 projects that staff suggests you recommend. Here they are with their names, general address, and wards. But please pay special attention to the power capacity in megawatts. If you add up the capacity of the 4 projects, the total is 570. You may not need all 4, but you need at least 2 or 3 of them. Next slide, please. For example, if you only support Evolugen Trail in Mr. Brown's wards, next slide, please, then you'll get less than half of your 2030 commitment to 310 megawatts of storage. I was wrong to type 2028 instead of 2030. It should be 2030. I was thinking about the IESO's need to have 1,600 megawatts of BESS storage online by 2028. Next slide, please. Similarly, if you reject Evolugen Fitzroy Harbor and any one of the other projects, then you fail to achieve your 2030 commitment. Again, I was wrong to type 2028. It should be 2030. Next, you can go to the end, please. In closing, I urge you to recommend approval of all 4 MSRs. We need them just to prevent blackouts and brownouts. We'll need more to get to net zero electricity. There are legitimate safety issues, and there will be a very rigorous safety assessment, but only if you approve the MSRs and let us get through to those assessments. Those assessments are a job for the future. It's not today's job. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Love. Any question? So, yeah, Councillor Brown, I have a question for you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and Ken, thank you very much for coming out. I appreciate that you stated where you come from in the city. That's always useful for us here, and it's nice that we have some urban residents coming out to the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee. And this committee is supposed to speak for rural residents, but it's always good to hear the perspective of our urban cousins. Just one comment. I'm Ward 21, not 12, and I don't know if Stephanie Plant wants to come all the way out to my ward. But my one question for you, given that these projects have quite a bit of concern attached to them in our communities, do you believe that the feedback from the public would be different if the project was sited somewhere in the urban area?
It's an odd question, and only because I don't think they can be cited in the urban areas by zoning rules. I will speak to the fact that I live in downtown. That's a conscious choice because I'd much rather live out in the country, but I don't believe it's right to commute long distances for work. So I want it to be close enough I could walk. I wouldn't have a problem, whether I would have a problem with one of these plants near me or not, depends on that safety assessment, and we're not there yet. So I don't think, you can't put the cart before the horse. I think we need to get to the safety assessments, and it's experts, you know? I don't ask you guys what's wrong with my heart and lungs. I might not ask you either. I think I'd ask the experts.
No, thank you very much for that. And I appreciate your response because you're right. I don't believe these would be appropriate for the urban area or high density areas, which naturally means that rural Ottawa will receive all of these applications, which is, I think, the concern that we've heard from many Ward 5 residents today. And certainly Councillor Kelly has been very open with his colleagues here about some of the concerns that he's hearing. But I appreciate you coming out. I appreciate the information that you provided and your delegation. Thank you very much.
Sorry, Mr. Councillor Kelly.
I think something you just said hit the nail right on the head, and I think is the epitome of my arguments here today. You said that you would support one of these in your neighborhood so long as the safety checked out, that process was good, but you said you would only support it if that checked out, but we can't get there yet because we're not at that process. And I think that's the flaw in this process, is that before I, as a councillor, am going to support a municipal support resolution, I want to be very sure that my constituents support that resolution. And in order for them to do that, they need some of those answers that they're asking, questions that they're asking. So I think you've basically just said the same thing, unless I totally misinterpreted what you said. But thank you for your delegation today.
No, if I may, I agree with you. I thought a lot about it, and I just don't know. Some of the proponents could probably answer better. I don't know how much it costs. Like, first they have to know what the make and model is, and then I don't know how much work. It's a very rigorous process. For example, there's an environmental assessment, a class environmental assessments are required. I'm pretty sure you couldn't do that before you folks approve. But it is a key question, you know, could you get the safety assessment first? I don't know.
Well, thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Love. We
Thank you,
appreciate
folks.
your presentation. Our next presenter is Monica Miller. Monica's here. You have 5 minutes to address the committee, and thank you for being here.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you very much. And I appreciate you opening the forum to all of us. Thank you. I'm a resident of Fitzroy Harbor, and I won't reiterate all the different things with evolution potentia because everybody's done that here. But what seems to, first of all, the high cost of $250 million for a 4-hour window of energy that in most cases doesn't even serve our community, and with the lack of financial transparency, and there's so many unknowns, is very unacceptable to me. Now, I am welcome to change, common sense change, but not irresponsible change out of fear. So for me, I have many, many concerns. And first of all, the great environmental and health hazard risks, such as field fires and explosions, ignition source due to thermal runaway, stranded energy, hard to put out fires, and can cause reignition, toxic and flammable gases generated deep-seated fires, takes large amount of water to dissipate the heat and cooling with water, and it's difficult and ineffective. And then what would happen with the contaminated water? Where would that go? Aquifers, failure mode leading to thermal runaway, infrasound and low frequency, and noise and light pollution, mechanical, thermal, electrical abuse, and environmental impacts. Our property values would go down, insurance payments go up, hydro to pay for this experiment would increase, many say tenfold. We don't want the vulnerability that Texas had to go through, I think it was in 2021, of freezing during their winter freeze that wreaked havoc to their systems. Now, they were wind turbines, but I think from what I understand, the batteries actually back up wind and solar. In my researched opinion, I see no benefits to our community. Oh, maybe they'll put in a monetary fund for the community, but how is that going to affect us in terms of our property values, perhaps our health, if we have to be locked in with all these toxic, should that happen? Because like the proponent says, it's not a risk that has zero. It's not a zero risk. So many of us that live in Ward 5, we live there because we love the environment. And we do everything that we can to sustain it in an ecological, responsible manner, and that would change. There's too many unknowns with these batteries, and even the proponents still said that they were in the testing mode of these BESS systems of any size. And I did ask them, even with Evolution, if they've had a project of this magnitude that has been successful the last couple of years with no incidents in Ontario or anywhere actually, and they said no, only pilot projects. So we don't want to be guinea pigs here. This, I'm open to new solutions, but what's also alarming to me was the lack of communication about all these meetings. Most of us found out through word of mouth, social media, and it was not posted on the Fitzroy Harbour community calendar, which is governed by the City of Ottawa, from what I understand. It was placed in our little mini Fitzroy peeper that goes out because I requested it for the November 1st meeting, but we only found out of the November 9th meeting from one of the attendees of the November 1st one. So that shows such disrespect, lack of good faith for situations that can affect our health and our whole community. So we appreciate looking for better ways, but we need to research less high-risk filled options. There's so many different things we can look at, and there's not enough time to talk about it right now, but using, for instance, hydro dams, for example, as they were meant to be used. Many are not even working to their full capacity, and you can just look at the Ontario Grid Watch app. We can continue to make our homes and offices more efficient, look for better ways to produce solar from home units, minus the cobalt mining controversies, and much, much more. I'm going to reiterate the Minister of Energy, Todd Smith's letter in December 2022 to IESO. Our government recognizes that support from local communities is vital to new build energy projects and expects proponents to engage local communities to seek their support for the proposed projects. I do not believe that was truly done. For these reasons and many more, I request that you do not support these projects. Thank you so much.
5 minute, perfect timing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was a fluke.
Thank you very much for that. I'm sure Councillor Kelly have a question. I'm not going to ask.
No, it's okay. I just want to say thank you. I think
you're very welcome.
Probably annoyed my colleagues enough with the number of questions I've asked so far, and I still have more for staff, but thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. It's okay, Kelly. It's all about you today. And as resident Ward 5. So thank you very much for being here. Our next presenter is Nikki Trudell, and she's on the line. I can see her. So go ahead, please.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nikki Trudell. I'm a rural resident. I'm in Ward 21. I did attend the Evolution meeting in Manotick, and clearly it couldn't have been more different than the one in Fitzroy Harbour. As national and subnational representatives meet in Dubai to discuss the climate emergency, we certainly have an opportunity today in Ottawa to demonstrate that this city supports the energy transition and welcomes battery storage solutions by issuing these municipal resolutions to support them. And not discounting the concerns that have been raised thus far today, I still am requesting that we support these projects. Pollution from fossil gas plants continues to exacerbate climate change impacts, from health impacts to cost of living. Battery energy storage solutions help mitigate the release of CO2 and other greenhouse gas pollutants when they are used in lieu of peaker fossil plants. BESS systems are important for peak shaving. I recently added solar panels to my roof, which will obviously supply electricity to the grid. Now, if that electricity is not immediately required by the grid, it could be wasted. Battery energy storage systems can help ensure that electricity isn't wasted, but instead it is stored for later use. BESS systems make electricity available quickly and efficiently during periods when the grid needs additional supply. I think we can't take for granted where our peak demand is today. And these contracts are 20-some year contracts. So over that period, we could easily see peak demand move away from the grids that we've seen thus far, to move even into the evening to support EV charging. As we electrify everything, like EVs, heat pumps, and industrial processes, there will be a need for additional affordable, clean electricity. The cost of battery technologies has decreased by 89% from 2010 to 2021, according to Bloomberg NEF. Battery technologies continue to mature at a rapid pace, and much of the commentary that we've heard and the concerns may be based on slightly older technology. That is something certainly that we should be aware of. BESS systems may help Ontario adhere to the proposed federal clean electricity mandate as fossil fuels continue to be phased out of the electricity sector. Councillors, I urge you to consider approving the motion before you and demonstrating leadership in energy transition solutions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I have Councillor Brown have a question or comment. Councillor Brown.
Thank you very much, Chair. Hi, Nikki. Thank you very much for delegating today. If not just for a little variety, to show that there are some residents in Ward 21 to complement our colleagues and friends from Ward 5. My staff did let me know that you did attend the meeting in Manotick there earlier this week, and I appreciate you speaking with them directly. I'm sorry I wasn't able to be there, but very much appreciate that you have taken the time to attend that public meeting and then to come and delegate today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brown, and thank you very much, Nikki, for being here with us today and this afternoon. Our next and I think last presenter is Mr. Ken Johnson, and he's on the line with us. Mr. Johnson, you got 5 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, it's always difficult when there's been many other presenters because all kinds of things come up that you might have wanted to say. But I'd like to just strongly, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to speak, but I'd just like to strongly agree with the folks who agree that we need to be moving forward with these BESS. It's part of our commitment and our responsibility. And as we all know, the wildfires this summer made a huge indication of just how important it is to be moving off of fossil fuels as quickly as possible. And the BESS is a key component of a low carbon electrical grid for Eastern Ontario, whose time has come. Next slide, please. As people have mentioned, I won't go over these, but basically it's an incredibly important complement to both the fact that we have a large nuclear fleet in Ontario, which a huge amount of that energy at night is just essentially given away to the US and could be, of course, used more effectively here. Also, in times of brownouts or blackouts, the battery technology is a much preferable choice to the gas plants. I don't think the residents who don't want to have BESS in their neighborhood would prefer a gas plant, but you could maybe ask them, or a nuclear plant for that matter. Okay, next slide, please. What I would like to point out, one of the things I'd like to point out is just how much this technology is moving forward, rapidly expanding. It's not just like we're doing a little pilot here in Eastern Ontario. We've got Canada's largest battery plant is moving forward, 1,000 megawatt plant. It's the Oneida Energy Storage. Next slide, please. We've also got one planned for Toronto. Next slide, please. There's one in Simcoe. Next slide. And here are several combination of those and several others that are being planned in Southern Ontario. So this is not this is new it's not new technology. It's evolving very quickly, though. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So the concern, I do agree with people's concerns about safety, but I think the safety record shows quite different than what people seem very worried about it in this in the Ottawa region. Next slide, please. Okay, it's the old. Next slide. A couple more slides, please. These are just examples of all of the huge plants that have been built over the last few years. Next slide, please. Next slide. The slide I really wanted to show is one I just found today after I heard so many concerns. And it is that database that someone mentioned about of all the battery fires that have happened. And it's about 10 per year. Even though we now have, by the end of 2023, we'll have something like 60 gigawatts of battery energy storage systems around the world. Now, 60 gigawatts is just a huge number of plants. I could not establish how many plants, but it may be in the thousands. And to have 10 fires a year is a very small number. And to say we don't possibly want it in our community because of that risk, it's just, I don't think it's balanced at all. Those fires happen almost always, the large majority of them happen in the very first year of operation. And if we've got 60 gigawatts or 30 or 40 gigawatts already online, that means a very small percentage of those places are having fires. And even if there are fires, the risk associated with those fires is small because generally there's something that's smoldering. There's all kinds of technology. And of course, it's being, both the safety standards are being improved as we speak, because of course, no one, both either corporate or public, wants fires. And so it's not in the interest of these companies at all to have fires happen. Unfortunately, I had another slide that didn't get into the deck that was what they're doing in Quebec. Okay, the slide got up here now is New York State's making the contribution they're making to solving the climate crisis by getting off fossil fuels. And the next slide indicates, next slide, please. This indicates all of the places that they're putting battery energy storage systems in right next door at our neighbors. I think so I just wanted to point out that there's many, many places that are doing this, and the worry over it, I think, is hugely overrated, or all of these places would not be doing this build out. In fact, sorry, I've run out of time. Last thing I'd like to say is they're estimating that Bloomberg New Energy, which is sort of the experts on projections, are suggesting that by 2030, the battery electric storage systems will be 15-fold larger than they are now. That's not a doubling, tripling, or quadrupling. That's 15 times larger in about 7 years. That's a very strong indication that A, it's needed, B, that it's economic, and C, that it must be safe enough. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Johnson. Any question? Seeing none, thank you very much. We appreciate your presentation, and thank you for being here with us today.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so now we're going to go question to staff. I've asked our Ottawa Chief Fire, Mr. Paul Hutt, to be here with us. You've been patiently waiting all day. I know this is an important topic, and I know that lots of question my colleague they're going to ask you, so we appreciate you took the time to be here with us today. So we're going to start with Councillor Kelly.
Sure.
May as well. You've been hogging the mic all day.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I believe I will be first directing my questions to planning staff. And I guess the first question I'd like to get some information on. There's been a lot of questions about community benefit and a fund. Has there been any work done by the proponent with the city to hammer down any specifics on that fund? And have there been communications, for example, with community associations or anyone within the city who'd be able to administer such a fund? And is there any details you could share with us about the conversations you've had with the proponents on those?
Thank you for the counselor. Through you, Mr. Chair, we have not received any information about community benefits. My understanding is that there are projects in other jurisdictions where community benefits are paid via an agreement with the municipality. That is something that is under the purview of the respective municipality to negotiate with the respective best proponent. That would be something that would have to happen at the appropriate time.
When do you think is the appropriate time for such a conversation?
So we will be, if any of these projects that are proposed within Ottawa are successful through the procurement process through IESO, as we've recommended to yourselves and to council, that we will come back to advise of the results of the procurement. And then they will initiate a pre-consult process through the development review process. And it would probably be through that approvals process that negotiation would take place.
Generally, when there is a fund of this nature, whose responsibility is it to initiate those conversations and fill in those details? Would that be the proponent? Would that be the city? Would that be a joint venture?
It would be a joint venture. I don't have specifics on that because generally speaking, these types of agreements are confidential. As we do not have this type of a project yet in the municipality, we don't have any precedent to go by. So this would be something we would need to determine ourselves, and it would be up to us through legal to advise us on.
Maybe I'll ask Mr. Mark a question then, because waste management facility is in Ward 5, and as part of the approval of the expansion, there was a lot of discussion, I believe, there is a community fund at least that exists for that project. They've provided space for recreation for the community. So do we have, could we use that as a precedent to look at an arrangement such as that? I guess, does it have to be an energy project is my question.
In those examples, they certainly, for instance, they weren't waste management projects that were provided by the waste management company through what it gave the city. But what that precedent does tell me is we may not have examples in the city of Ottawa, but there are probably examples elsewhere in the province. And just as is that in that waste management case, Ms. Enta and legal looked to what was going on elsewhere in the province. I expect we would do the same here.
Well, that's good to know. And I would encourage future applicants to do that and perhaps come to the table with some ideas in advance for that fund. From a city planning perspective, what do we know about the end of life of these systems?
Very high level in terms of what we know about the decommissioning. My understanding is that these are contracts that do have a lifespan of approximately 20 years, upon which time they would have to be decommissioned. And if no continuation of the project proceeds, then planning would have to determine how to restore the site back to its original condition.
Okay.
I would imagine.
And we've heard concerns today, whether they're rare or not, about fires and potential for groundwater contamination. Again, that might be an extremely minuscule chance that does happen, but in that minuscule chance that it does happen, what can the city do, or what is the city willing to do to provide relief for residents whose water may have been affected by something? And is there precedent for that? Is there another type of project we could look at in terms of what would occur next if there was some accident?
So Chair, I'm just going to jump in. I think that we always have to recognize that this is fairly new. This is a brand new process, and it is a provincial-led process from the IESO and applicant-driven. So we are responding. We are a stakeholder, just as the residents who've come before us are. As we work our way through this particular process in terms of the municipal support resolution is not conveying any approvals. It's not conveying any zoning permission. It's not conveying any site plan control permission. It is simply indicating whether or not we are open for this to proceed within our municipal boundaries. And in turn as well, that condition of openness is subject to a whole series of conditions. If the applicant were to go forward with this through a zoning bylaw process and then through site plan control, the site plan control process itself would then be looking at things such as fire safety, groundwater contamination, noise, screening, natural heritage impacts. Those things would work their way through the site plan control process. Generally as well, if there are opportunities or concerns about whether or not funds need to be reserved for decommissioning or for other types of impacts, those would be inserted as conditions within that site plan agreement between the city and the applicant itself. But as we are very far away from that process yet, that's not something that I can speculate as to what would be in them.
Okay, thank you. When did planning staff become aware of the 3 best proposals in Ward 5?
We have been engaging with IESO on the latest procurement as the municipality. The project proponents began approaching the city requesting MSRs in October. We met with them individually. Myself, as well as staff from planning services, provided high-level comments from a official plan and zoning perspective. I can say that during those meetings, I did advise them to communicate with the councillors' offices and do their own due diligence as appropriate.
And did planning staff reach out to my office in regards to these 3 applications and these cities' support for a municipal support resolution?
Councillor, the memorandum went from the general manager to all councillors, indicating that there were.
But did you reach out to my office specifically to engage me or my staff?
That I don't know about.
Okay. Did you reach out to Councillor DeRuza's office to engage him on the project in his ward?
So again, Councillor, I think the main thing here is, again, we are not the proponent. The city is not the proponent.
I understand
There's no
that.
statutory process.
Did you reach
associated with
out to any of the councillors' offices in the wards where these projects are being proposed, where you are suggesting that we provide a municipal support resolution?
Not specifically to my awareness.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Councillor Kidd.
Thank you, Chair. Staff have indicated that those who do not secure the MSR are likely not to proceed. But my team met with one of the applicants who said that they do intend to move forward regardless of getting a municipal support resolution. So do applicants technically not need it? Is it a nice to have, not a need to have?
It's mandatory in order for them to fulfill their contractual obligations with the IESO. So if they are intending to proceed, that's a decision that they make themselves. They will secure that MSR most likely through the development approvals process.
So there's another way to secure it.
Well, if they fulfill all of their requirements for zoning, then it would not necessarily need to be on the legislative agenda. There would have to be a separate report to committee and council.
Okay. So our input today, there's still another path forward.
If there is no MSR granted today, the applicant has still, as with any other applicant, has the right to make an application for a zoning bylaw amendment. That zoning bylaw amendment would, of course, come through the statutory process and come before you. At that time, you would be able to comment on the planning application. If that planning application is also approved by ARAC, by this committee, and also by council, they would still also need to support, to get that municipal support resolution. So there would still be that need to be there, even if you have granted a Planning Act approval process.
Okay. And Chief, thank you for being here all day. OFS is coming back with recommendations Q1 2024 on emergency response and fire safety. That's correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And so to staff, would it not be prudent to wait until we have those recommendations before proceeding with the MSR?
So again, at this point here, this is not conveying any approval. It is not conveying zoning permission. It's not conveying site plan permission. It is simply indicating whether or not the municipality is open to a facility at this location, subject to full city review. That would include a fire safety plan when a site plan control application moves its way through.
Okay. I mean, I appreciate that response. I think based on the community concern, it feels like it's out of order. I think there's a lot of community members that would feel more comfortable if we had that in advance. I know he's gone. I know Councillor Kelly had said that, I think, in response to one of the delegations. So that's just some feedback. But I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kitt. Councillor Luloff.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Charmaine Forgy and our consultation groups, they do a wonderful job with public consultations. They ensure that letters and invites are sent out to key stakeholders, and I think that the consultations that they do, could be considered top tier. In staff's opinion, given the information that we've received today from the proponents, do we believe that would we put the consultation that was done by the proponents in the same level as one that the city would do?
Again, this process is not the city's, it is the applicants, and they're operating under IESO statutory requirements. In answer to your question, no, the city's public consultation requirements are much greater.
Okay, understood. Okay, Chief Hutt, your incredible firefighters do quite a bit of training on different kinds of fires. Typically, how many tanker trucks would it take to put out a lithium ion phosphate fire?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So that is a very good question. There's so many parameters. I can't say for sure, but what I can tell you, it does take copious amounts of water currently to extinguish a lithium ion thermal runaway fire. One thing to note, if I may, at this point, though, is one of the delegations, and I think it's really important to monitor and watch the transition of battery technology. We're already seeing improvements in the types of battery technology and the improvements from lithium ion from thermal runaway. So there's the battery technology is advancing. But to answer your question, there's so many parameters around that as to how big is the battery, what conditions, what state of thermal runaway is it in. So, but in general, it does take a lot of water to cool a lithium ion battery fire.
Okay, thank you. And how many tanker trucks are currently available at any given moment in Ward 5?
Thank you, Chair, through you. So the city of Ottawa currently has 16 tankers within the city. So, and I think when we look at this, we have to look at it at a holistic approach. This would be more than likely a significant event, and we wouldn't just rely on the amazing volunteer firefighters that we have in Ward 5. We would work with all resources that we have within the city of Ottawa in the event that we'd have to respond to such an emergency.
Okay, great. And do you know the distance between the closest OFS station and the proposed sites that we're dealing with today?
Chair, thank you for your question. I'm sorry, Councillor, I don't have that readily available. But we're still looking, we're still looking 20 plus kilometers. I would have to probably Google it and have an accurate, but we're still our rural stations for a lot of our geographic area, there's a large travel time, and if we had to have a tanker shuttle, for example, and I'm just going to go back to the water for a moment here. If there was an event, this is where we would have to work with city planning from a site plan approval. And, there may be conditions based on the composition of what those batteries are made of, and what the risk assessment. And I heard the chair mention today, and I think it's also important, is we can't just use a cookie cutter approach. We have to look at each site individually based on the composition, the size, and come up with adequate fire safety plans. But, maybe some of these sites will require on-site water conditions for cooling in the event of a fire. But there's a number of things that we could look at from a fire safety plan perspective.
Thank you so much. Our composite fire department is second to none. We appreciate the great work you do. And thank you for sticking around all day. I know that you guys are very hard at work, and gals are very hard at work. So I appreciate the time that you took to be with us today to hear this debate.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Luloff. Councillor Brown.
Thank you very much, Chair. And just a few general comments. I think we've heard today the difference between a well-run public engagement session and one that wasn't well done. I was told, and I've heard from several residents in my ward who attended the one earlier this week in Manotick, it was very well done. The proponent explained the entire project clearly. They were able to answer questions, and they took the time to really ensure that residents felt like they were heard. I'm hearing a very different story from our colleagues in Ward 5. And I think it's important for any applicant watching the committee meeting today, how vitally important it is to get the community on side so we as elected representatives can support these proposals if they're coming forward in our neighborhoods, in our wards. I think we have a long way to go in terms of the public engagement, and I appreciate staff's response. If this was a municipal project, the engagement requirements are much higher. And I think that's, it was well said, Mr. Wise, and I think it's important again for any potential proponent listening to the committee meeting today to hear that. We expect our residents to be heard. We expect further concerns to be addressed. And if you're going to bring an application forward, come ready. I will say, Mr. Chair, I'm in support of the application coming forward in my ward. I think the proponent has done their homework. They've done what they need to do to put my concerns and the concerns of my residents at ease. It's also located in a location that doesn't have any residents around it. It's next to the highway, already in more of an industrialized area. It's just south of the Trail Road landfill. So we know there are no homes that are going to be built along that stretch of the highway ever. They did their homework. They came prepared. They found a site that wouldn't generate negative feedback. And I'm not hearing that from Ward 5, so certainly I'll defer to my colleague and his community for their wishes, but would ask my colleagues to support the application that's coming forward in my ward. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Brown. Councillor Curry, you're good. Okay, thank you very much. It's been a long day, but it's a great day. It's very, we learn a lot about those applications, and we heard from our rural resident and also our resident in the city of Ottawa. And I personally, I really support the technology, and I'm hoping that we will find a good path to be able to implement some of these technologies, to be able to depend on them. But I do have a couple questions for city staff, and I want to talk a little bit with the chief about some of the risk that we heard a little bit, maybe redundant. We're going to repeat some stuff, but it's important for us to know from a rural firefighters perspective, your members are not in the station. So first of all, there will be, I'm sure will be delay. Hopefully no emergency will happen, but eventually we're going to think of all these risk assessment that your rural firefighter, they won't be in the station all the time because they're volunteer. And some of the response also require, is it only water, or you have to use some other material to be able to put some of these lithium batteries out?
Thank you, Chair. So from a rural response perspective, it's called an effective response force, and we get accredited on how many based on what type of fire it is, how many firefighters can we deliver within 16 in the rural area within 16 minutes, how many firefighters can we get on scene. We've always met our response standards from that perspective, but that doesn't go without saying. We haven't experienced a fire of this nature, and this is a talk across the province right now with all the chiefs. And there was one delegate that had presentations across Southern Ontario. So technology and tactics are talked about all the time within the fire service, and we're always evolving to what we're learning. So with reference to our rural members are extremely trained to NFPA certification for a firefighter. So it doesn't matter if you're a career member or an urban member, but there is the one difference is that you're right. There's a slight delay at initial when the volunteers have to assemble at the station. I would render to say in the event that there was a significant event at one of these facilities, it's going to be a long event. And so and I think that's so important when we talk about site plan agreements, because we'll do the initial response, but what is the mitigation plan for, 2 days, 3 days, a week, a month later? Like how is that going to be facilitated, and how, because that will be very taxing on all city services if we run into that. So and I'm sorry, Chair, and your second part of that question was the volunteers.
I'm wondering, because I know that the material that you use to put the fire out is only not just water, unless I'm wrong, because with a fire, with material like that, you probably has to use some other hazard material or something.
Thank you very much. So right now, the best method with the current technology is cooling, and water is the best application. So, the applications, there could be potentially some application for foam application. But again, I'm going to be very honest, and the way these outside storages are configured, they are pretty much isolated, and more than likely, if in one of these containers, we will probably not be suppressing that fire. We'll probably be monitoring and protecting any exposures outside of that. But that will still require large quantities of water and a lot of resources. But you raise another good point as well. And it doesn't, I apply very similar practices at an industrial fire that we have. We have hazardous material team that will come out, they'll do air monitoring. And I know some of the delegations today, and I think it's really important as part of a site plan discussion is what is the environmental impacts? Because we're very cautious when there are industrial fires. Where's that water running off to, and how can we mitigate that? And so we do have a special hazmat team that often responds and does that initial mitigation. But what is the long-term strategy? And I think whoever these proponents or developers, these are things that they have to take serious consideration about.
Thank you, Chief. I know you brought an environmental impact, and because what happened when you put those fire, and if there is contamination in fire, what goes on the ground, under the groundwater, those gonna end up at the well of the people, and most rural residents live on wells and septic. It's not going to impact their septic, but the wells and the drinking water. And lots of rural resident, I heard it from my resident, from a resident in Ward 5, anywhere sometimes they have surface wells, and there is a lot of surface well in rural areas, and that's going to create also some impact, and there is some concern. So there will be lots of risk and lots of mitigation that we really have to look as a city from that perspective. But my other questions. Thank you, Chief. I appreciate your engagement on this. I know you're the first phone call I made when the application arose in my ward, but I appreciate always your experience. Mr. Wise, a question. You explained the process, and I totally agree with you. This is not a city process, but we keep telling the resident it's not a city process, but because it's coming through our city and it's coming to seek basically. The IESO give them a sheet, and they have to kind of check all the boxes. One of the boxes is, okay, well, you have to do public consultation. And we've seen, and which is Councillor Brown highlighted, and I'm hoping the applicant are listening, because it is for their application to be successful. The most important thing is for them to gain and work with the community. And who's the community representative is the councillor's office, and of course, the community themselves. Some of those applicant, I know we cannot force the process on them, and I heard you loud and clear when Councillor Lulaf asked you, but there is maybe part of our process to make sure to indicate to those applicant that it is the first step is for them to be able to meet with the councillors, and the second step, their process when they do those public consultation to be a little bit more broad. Because I tell you, the one in my ward, I heard about it from a resident. And I'm not here to just point finger, but if we are moving forward through those processes and we need those, and considerably seriously, we're considering those applications to be successful, it's very important for the applicant to talk to the councillors and to the resident and to have a good consultation. And I felt and I feel, and from what I heard from our community and our resident, that those processes were trying to keep them to the minimum, so the community doesn't know about it and they just check the boxes. Do you have a comment on that, or do we have any way we can?
Thank you, Chair. I really I see this as almost similar to an antenna system review. A lot of parallels with that, where again, the city is not involved in it. There's a provincial regulatory agency role with that. With the antenna system review, we did establish eventually a city process to try and provide some steering mechanism. We also collect fees as well through that process to help to offset staff costs that are involved in the administration of those things. So I see some parallels with where that might be going in the future as we go through. Again, this is pretty brand new for all of us. We're all trying to learn from what happens, and certainly I think the applicants will also learn from what's happened through this process as well. I think if we want to go forward and look at establishing some kind of a city process, some kind of a city application fee to help provide some extra administration on that, that's certainly something staff can take away and look into.
Yeah, I'm hoping so, because when someone will apply, because you can't stop people from applying, and I heard you loud and clear on that, but they have a pre-consult, maybe a little small process like that, the pre-consult to explain to them what the step they have to do, because for them, if we really want to have a successful application, I think we have to look at this process. But thank you very much for that. My other question, probably to Melissa, when, let's say, an application moved forward and now they have to do to another public consultation, is that engage our city at that time? It will be in conjunction with them, or it's also they have to do it by themselves?
So that's an excellent question. We would follow the standard development approvals process, depending on the type of applications that this project will trigger. So as we mentioned in the report, there will be new zoning provisions coming to you early next year, and that will be, distributed to you, and then the rural community will also be able to comment on those new regulations. That will be an opportunity to discuss, the criteria for best facilities. But then once those regulations come into force, if they meet the zoning requirement, they don't necessarily need to take a report to committee and council. So it would be up to your discretion if you felt that at that time that a community meeting was required.
Thank you. Thank you very much. This is important process, because it's always important to keep the community engaged and to listen to their concern. My other probably a question will be, did we learn something from today's delegation and councils? I'm hoping we can package it together to moving forward to be able to address those concerns with the applicant if we really want to move forward. And my Mr. Royce, is it? I know the councillor proposing right now to have, and we need holistically to look at each application separately. Is staff, what is staff thinking of that?
Staff are supportive of that. And certainly it's brand new for everyone. So council, of course, or the committee has the choice to look at things as either a blanket or as project specific or delegate. Those are the three options that are there in the ISO spectrum. Staff have no concerns with right now looking at things on a project by project basis, sensitivity, and we appreciate that. Certainly there's going to be chances as we go down the road and as we learn more to revisit that. And if we all feel comfortable later on in the future, we can revisit this discussion.
And thank you very much for being open with this. And I know because I've been talking to my colleague and we've been having an internal discussion, and I think moving forward, because of this is new for us, I think my colleague want to address each application by itself, and I fully support them on that, and I'm happy to hear that you also support them. But my comment is on this today's applications and to the public, and on behalf of my rural councillor, these are very hard and difficult conversation, but we have to have them, and we need to have them. And if we want to move forward to our promises, to our environment, to our community, we have to have those honest conversation. But I heard so many today from the delegate, and I want to make sure and set the record clear. This council is not against any technology. We are for the technology. We are looking for a way and for a solution, but there is a place and there is a time for every application. To take an application and take a battery plant and put it in a rural area beside village, beside power line, and right behind natural gas pipeline, those are things to consider. There is a risk, compile risk, and that's what council and that's what staff, and that's why we have everybody engaged. That's not mean we don't want those technology and those battery farm in our community. We're not being NIMBY. We're actually being very sensitive about the responsibility we have and the responsibility also to our resident. Just for us to say we adopted new technology, but let's put them everywhere, that's not the case. We want to thank all the delegation that they came out today from both sides, in agreement or disagreement, or for the people that they have a concern, for you to being here. We heard it today. Some people took time off to be here today because it's an important subject. And my council colleague, we've been talking about this for almost a month now. And we've been meeting with the applicant and trying to put the feedback of the community. So I just want to make sure to the people that are listening to us and our resident knows that we have their best interests and our city's interests also, because there is liability on the city. I'll tell you one small example. If you put one of those farm battery in rural area and you contaminate the water, or something happen, it's the responsibility of the city to bring drinking water to that area. It happened back in the days in Manatik. I keep using this example. Dry cleaner contaminate the ground, and that's why we end up in water in Manatik. So there is cost. They're gonna decommission those farm after they've been used, and who's gonna pay for all these liability? And that's why we have a process. And I want to congratulate staff for them taking the time to look into site plan and engaging our fire department and all the to making sure mitigate our risk. So that's where we have today, and I really appreciate. Thank you very much for being here, and we're gonna move on to the vote. So thank you very much for being here. So the way we have it today, I'm not complicating things. Councillor Brown did, but we have 4 applications, and Councillor Brown read the motion already. So we're splitting, and we're gonna vote on each BESS facility by itself as described in the document. Yeah, so we're gonna vote first on the motion that you put on, and then we're gonna split them. So is the motion that Councillor Brown put carried?
Carried.
Thank you. So now we want to vote on A, which is the BESS facility described in document 2. Can we register vote, or you? You're D. A, B, and C are in your word. Sorry? Your problem. So A, we're voting on A now. A?
No.
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 Councillor Lulaf? Okay, I'm no too. That lost. B, the facility described in document 3?
No.
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 No. And C, the BESS facility described in document 4?
No.
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 No. And D is facility described in document 5.
Yes.
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 Yes. Carried. On a report as amendment. Is that report carried?
Carried.
Carried. Thank you very much. And that report's done. We move to next. We're not done yet, but thank you very much, Chief. Dave and Melissa, thank you very much for being here today. Huh? Oh, we have more. And that conclude our working agenda. And now we're gonna move to our bear with me here, open mic. So open mic session. We have 3 presenters. And we have Andrea Sissons, Rural Woodlands Living Snow Fences. She's here. I see Allison here. I know we have a presentation for you, and it's yeah, it's right here. We have it. And thank you. Yeah, yes, take your time. Don't worry. It's easier that way.
I didn't realize that we were choosing the world record Iraq meeting to come to present at.
I guess you're the lucky
We
winner.
didn't bring lunch.
We could probably help you out with that in the back.
I'm wondering what's behind there. Wait, what are you sharing?
I look at the agenda and I saw 3 open mic session. I'm like, I hope they're prepared.
It was
Yeah.
very interesting.
But,
It was interesting, yes.
Well, yeah, but thank you very much. I know that it's very important for you to be here.
Now we're going to be in rush hour getting home. too.
Well, it's still 3:17, so hopefully we'll get you before
Okay.
for rush hour.
We shall get going so that we can.
So I guess I'll let you, Andrea and I much.
Yeah. So my name is Andrea Sissons and this is Pam Childs and we're from an outfit called Rural Woodlands, Ottawa. You guys have heard of us before because we've come and spoken to you. So we'll skip what we're about and move to the next slide, please. What we want to do today is to discuss with you an idea about living snow fences. So as all of us rural residents are aware, in the winter, winds and snow drifts jeopardize public safety on our roads. They slow down emergency services, they increase road maintenance costs. So we have a proposal for trying to deal with that. Next slide, please. So living snow fences is a concept about planting trees and natural barriers to function as snow fences. They're more cost effective than the traditional structural barriers, such as the slat fences or leaving rows of corn. And they continue to improve over time, unlike the slat fences. They're a very good alternative to putting up and taking down snow fences every year. Next slide, please. They have multiple benefits beyond just catching snow. They provide wildlife habitat. They are more cost effective than snow fences. Once they've established, they're relatively maintenance free. Their lifespan can be up to 50 years. They provide environmental benefits that all forests or hedgerows provide, such as erosion control, reducing flooding, cleaning the air. They sequester carbon. They provide habitat. And they function year round because in the summer they would stop dust from blowing or pesticide drift. Next slide, please. There are, so how does this relate to the city of Ottawa? The city of Ottawa spends almost $1 million a year on snow fences, putting up and taking down the orange slat snow fences or paying landowners to retain rows of corn. To put up living snow fences, there's multiple options that we'd like to consider here. We'd like you to consider in each of your rural wards running a pilot project with a living snow fence to see how they work and the costs and effectiveness of them. We've talked to RVCA, and according to them, the cost is about $2,000 to plant, maintain, site prep a kilometer of snow fences. So that includes their staff time, the trees, the planting them, the site maintenance. And then there would be additional costs required to give to the landowner for taking land out of commission. Other jurisdictions have similar programs. However, one thing that we've come to the conclusion after talking to other jurisdictions is that one of the problems with landowner buy-in is when they're not adequately compensated. So that landowner does need to be paid the equivalent that he would make on that land if it was left in crops. And we need to work with the landowners to ensure that it's not taking out more land than needs to. So for example, a snow fence needs to be about 10 meters wide of trees, and you plant it back about 30 meters from the road. But if you allowed him to still crop that 30 meters or whatever width, he's not losing as much land. So next slide, please. So the RVCA and South Nation have both said that they would be interested in partnering in a program such as this. There's other programs such as Green Acres, the 50 million tree program, Rural Clean Water program. There's a program called Alice that's maybe in part of Ottawa. It's not in the entire city, but all of those programs would be sources of money to help fund and partner with this. As well, I was at the Evolution meeting whenever it was, a couple nights ago, and they talked about the fact that at their proposal, they're removing 8 acres of forest, and they would like to replant that. And he expressed interest in supporting a program such as a living snow fence program as part of that whole mitigation. Yes, exactly. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, we feel like this checks so many boxes. It should be a win-win-win for everybody. It checks off the city's going to plant whatever million trees Mr. Sutcliffe has said he wants to plant every year. Check. It works for the climate change mitigation. Check. It reduces your road maintenance budgets. Check. It increases pollinator habitat, biodiversity. It makes our roads safer. It stops the use of salt on the roads. And we would like to see some pilot projects, one in each ward. Find a landowner who'd be amenable to doing it. It would be nice to see perhaps 500 meters with a living snow fence and 500 meters adjacent to it with no living snow fence, and just let's try to do something different. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Andrea, and thank you, Pam. Any question? I'm sure Brown's going to start. we started with the Cal, now with John.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I feel as though there may be a beverage on me because I had asked Pam and Andrea to come today because it was budget day. This was like, before we had all of the other events or items on the agenda. I want to say this is the kind of innovative solutions that I know this committee is looking for, but also that we're looking for as a council as a whole. And you outlined it very well, Andrea. We're looking to save money, but we're looking to actually make something better in the process. And we have a lot of roads, we have a lot of straight roads in rural Ottawa. And on both sides of those roads, most of the time it is just farm field because it has been cleared. And I think this would be a great way to save tax dollars annually, but then contribute to some of the other goals that you outlined in your presentation. There would also be a large savings with the snow clearing budget.
Yes.
One of the challenges that we have that's unique to rural Ottawa, when you try to compare it with an urban area, is that the snow drift is always quite bad in a snowstorm and then a few days after. And we see that constant plow activity up and down these rural roads just to get it cleared again. Whereas downtown, you wouldn't have that because the buildings are acting as those brakes. So this is something that I'd like to be able to take offline with you. My staff have left for the day because it has been a particularly long committee meeting today. But I would like to take this offline because I think there are opportunities here, and you've already gone out, you've done the legwork, you've found other agencies that would like to partner with us, and that's quite often half the battle. So Chair, just an expression of thanks. I think this is a very positive step to starting a pilot project that we could implement in each of our wards. And I'm looking around the table, and I'm quite positive you have the support of the committee. So thank you very much for coming out and spending your whole day with us.
Yeah, it's I thank you. It's something we started actually last term, and we got COVID and we didn't be able to finish, but we always ask staff concerning especially those snow fences, right? And it's not only saving, right? To me, is more than saving. It is saving lives.
Exactly.
Because in the rural area, like Councillor Brown mentioned, put a joke aside, but you got snowstorm in downtown or in suburban, you go in, you clean it once and it's done. But in rural area, we always get our residents. I just saw the plow out, but there was no snow, but they don't understand and realize there is a specific area where wind drift or something comes. We have to clear those roads because then with the fluctuation of temperature, it creates black ice and many other. So, but I have something also to consider. I know we do work with both conservation authority, and I know that I sit on the South Nation and he sit on RVCA and Mississippi. But so what kind of trees you have in mind? Because it's very we use salt in the rural area, we use grips and things like that. Like we need to find something really how far they need to be. And I saw some of your pictures on your presentation, but we got to look about what kind and what type and what will survive our winter and what will because I know I have in my some areas in my street, if you put a cedar or something like that, the salt will just kill it. So those are good points to sit down and talk about it. And I think Councillor, you got a challenge, you got a champion. Councillor Brown's going to handle that. He's trying not to listen to me, but
The RVCA did mention the salt, and they also talked about using shrubs. So perhaps you have a layer of trees in the back and then some shrubs. But they would do a sort of a literature search and a scientific review to choose the right species. And when we talked to South Nation, they've done a program where they just plant a line mostly of spruce, and they are doing it close to the road on the city-owned right away because it's easier. But then they have the problem of the power lines. And so they've often planted shrubs too, like even a 5-foot shrub works. And the shrubs tend to be more salt tolerant than trees. So you're right. It needs to be fleshed out and it needs to be site specific for the different trees. And Yeah,
but I don't think this committee will disagree with you. So thank you very much for bringing it up. And we'll wait to hear from Councillor Brown on the result. Don't throw you under the bus. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for
You're welcome. Thanks for listening to us.
Thank you. Our next open mic session will be Allison Moore, and Allison and Megan, I think, is with her. You still here? I can't believe you're still here. And I see Mr. Ken Holmes also with us. He's not strange to our committee, and especially with the mental health use initiative. So thank you the three of you for being here with us. I know Ken will enjoy the meeting today. I'm not sure about both of you, but we appreciate you took the time, and we'll give you the mic, and please share with us what you like to share with the committee.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak at the ARAC meeting this morning. My name is Allison. I am a resident of Fitzroy Harbor. I'm also a Youth Advisory Committee member and a student working part-time for the Rural Ottawa Youth Mental Health Collective. That is working as a rural youth mental health outreach worker. This position was funded through ARAC through the Rural Community Building Grant. The collective consists of 14 multidisciplinary community-based partners who are working together to enhance the well-being of rural Ottawa youth. Established in 2018 by the Osgood Youth Association, the collective came together because partners observed that youth in rural Ottawa were not feeling supported with their mental health. The collective set out to establish which programs and services could be offered to connect rural youth with resources. What we found is rural Ottawa youth did not know where to access mental health services, or they were aware of services, but they were inaccessible. Despite the fact that Ottawa is 80% rural and agricultural land, youth mental health services in rural Ottawa are virtually non-existent. This means that many rural youth can't access services if they need to. And we have witnessed the negative consequences of this gap. Rural youth are isolated, struggling, and in crisis. During our Rural Youth Summit, we asked rural teens to write down reasons why they don't get mental health support when they need it using Kahoot. Their responses included, resources are hard to find, inaccessible, not affordable. We don't know what will help. We don't know how to get help. I feel embarrassed, judged, no one cares. We just feel like giving up. When I share resources with youth located outside of their rural community, they are unable to access them because of their geographic location. Support is often located outside of rural communities, and youth are reliant on their caregivers for transportation to these services. This is a concern because youth might not be comfortable going to their parents to discuss their mental health. This can prevent their need for confidentiality. Or caregivers simply cannot get their youth to where the services are located. This means that youth require free, in-person mental health programs and services delivered in their rural communities. The mission of the collective is to create, deliver, advocate for, and promote evidence-based activities to ensure the majority of rural Ottawa youth feel they are getting the mental health support they need or know where to go for help if and when they need it. We do this through connecting youth with resources, promoting counseling support, and providing education for youth and adults about mental health concerns. Youth and adults who interact with youth about mental health. Partnering with CHEO's YouthNet program and various community resource centers, we've done rural-specific mental wellness presentations in every rural school and many villages in rural Ottawa. We've hosted training summits for mentors of rural youth, and this month we have equipped 30 rural mentors with applied suicide intervention skills training. This is in addition to the 40 other rural mentors who we have equipped with safe talk and motivational interviewing in April of 2023. This month, we've also hosted a Rural Youth Summit where 15 rural youth were able to gather and engage in mental health workshops and activities. We've strengthened partnerships, connected with thousands of youth, and conducted research to learn more about rural youth experiences. This has resulted in incredible outcomes. We've conducted 2 surveys, one in 2021 and a follow-up in 2023, asking if youth knew where to get the mental health support they need or know where to go if and when they need it. Our survey results indicate that the number of youth who knew where to access services increased from 56% in 2021 to 83% in 2023. Also, through a partnership with the Osgood Youth Association and the Nepean Rideau Osgood Community Resource Center, we were able to pilot hiring a part-time rural youth mental health counselor that youth can access in the village of Osgood. This is also in a youth-friendly and confidential space. Rural youth and the Osgood community have found this program to be extremely effective, and the youth respond very positively with their experience. What the collective and their partners are doing is making a big impact, and there is more work to be done, but we need more funding. Next year, the city will experience the significant success of starting the alternative community-based mental health and substance use crisis response in Centertown. But we cannot stop there, as the expansion of this response can and should provide similar benefits in suburban and rural areas within the city. Other initiatives, such as the collective, have exemplified the positive impacts that occur when community-based efforts are made to improve mental health across a wider geographic area. The city should be mindful of these investments that are needed to further extend this response in the 2025 budget. I'm asking you to consider increasing your investments into rural Ottawa youth mental health through our collective or the work of our partners, and to consider that increased investment would enable our partners to continue to support the strategies that we know are making a difference in youth's lives. It's important to focus our efforts on preventative measures rather than relying on Band-Aid solutions that are resulting in youth falling into crisis. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You did an amazing job, and we appreciate you being here. I personally well aware of the program, and I know that Osgood Youth Association is in my ward, and I know that you guys lots of funding from between NROC and OYA, and I understand it's not enough. And I'm putting it out there. I'm not saying it's enough, but we thank you, and I'm encouraging you for you to come at Rural Affairs Committee and spend your day with us, and hopefully we didn't add it to your stress and to your anxiety. But this is a very important initiative, and I support it very well. And I know my colleague on the table share with me that, and we look for every opportunity. I work with Nicole, we work with Macon. But it's nice also for you to come out and talk about it and talk a little bit and ask those questions. We'll be working with Megan and Nicole to see where there is an area of funding we can use through the city. And I know that there is always more need in the rural area, and I'm sure my council colleague will support me on that. But thank you very much for being here. And I'm very happy to see that actually the program started in Osgood, if I remember, during COVID. So I know it served lots of rural youth in my area, and I'm hoping it helping a lot of other youth in the rural area. So thank you very much both for being here. Oops, sorry.
Another Ward 5 resident, so.
This time I hug the mic.
That's okay. That's okay. It's an important initiative. No, just want to thank you for being here today. Of course, Megan, we've crossed paths a few times, and it's nice to see that you brought another Ward 5 resident to the table today. And I really appreciate the work that you guys are doing. I've heard from several people, I think both of them were adults who work with children, and they've attended your workshops, and all the feedback I've received has just been phenomenal. So keep up the great work.
Thank you, Councillor Brown.
Thank you very much, Chair Allison. Very well said. Very well done. Thank you for sticking around all day long to speak with us. I was very pleased to be able to attend the anniversary celebration a few weeks ago on behalf of Councillor Drews and myself. And it was great to see that network that came out. And I was very surprised to see so many of the partners that partner with you doing the good work that you do come from, I'll say, way downtown Ottawa, which is interesting because usually it's our residents having to get to downtown Ottawa to get some service. And in this case, I heard each of them say, wow, this is really far out here. And I said, we're only in Osgood. There's still a while to go. So it was good, I think, for those partners to see how vast rural Ottawa is, and to have you out and about. And I know you're traveling the city and going to youth, which I think is absolutely fantastic. I think it's great that we have residents, certainly the tag team today, Ward 5 and Ward 21, coming out and highlighting the need in our community, our rural community as a whole. It's very important. As the chair said, we know there's more of a need, and the resources that we've provided to you don't meet that need. So there's room to grow there. We can certainly do more, and I'll take the chair's lead, but certainly I think there's an opportunity for us to step up and provide more in the way of resources so you can carry on and continue to do the good work that you're doing for youth in rural Ottawa. So thank you very much for coming out and spending the day with us today. It's important that we've gotten to hear from a youthful voice, although Clark and I are two of the youngest members of council. It's always happy to bring that average age of the room down. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job. A third open mic, it's Jennifer Baker from Ottawa Federation of Agriculture, but I don't see Jennifer anywhere. Is Jennifer online? Well, maybe next, Eric. We have two notices of motion, both of them by Councillor Brown. Now he's gonna hog the meeting, so you go ahead, Councillor Brown.
Thank you very much, Chair. The first motion I'll read in is on behalf of the chair, and with the committee's indulgence, perhaps I'll only read the therefore be it resolved. Therefore be it resolved that ditch infill at 4633, 4634, and 4652 Anderson Road be exempt from the revised ditch alteration policy carried by council on the 6th of July 2022, with the alterations remaining in place and monitored for future flooding and concerns. The next notice of motion, Mr. Chair, is from myself on manure drag lines in rural Ottawa. Again, with the will of the committee, I'll read the therefore be it resolved clauses. Therefore be it resolved that staff be directed to investigate the feasibility of the use of highway right-of-ways and culverts to accommodate manure drag lines and report back to committee in 2024. And be it further resolved that the investigation will report back on traffic safety, roadway, highway impacts and maintenance, surface water drainage impacts, installation of additional infrastructure and permitting system. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. And at number 12, inquiry, I see there is no inquiry, and other business, there was no other business. Before adjournment, I know this is our last meeting for the year. I'd like to thank you all for being here today, and I wish you all Merry Christmas. Hope you have a great holiday and take some time off with the family and reflect. So we'll see you next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Meeting adjourned at 3:42.